Kyle tagged you. Kyle Frisbee
Yeah.
on commentary and put the link up there.
Welcome to TCH Live from Austin, Texas. This is the Lone Star 1K High Roller. Kyle Frisbee joining you in the booth with Bones Poker this afternoon. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. Got a star-studded lineup of players that you've definitely seen on both our stream and others. 14-2 up top. This was a 25K guarantee, 1K buy-in tournament.
Live in 79 minutes.
See what we're playing for now. All these players have locked up 24.05, but a lot of money up top, and ICM implications beginning to come into play. See Chef Philip Franklin Lee in seat 1 with a couple of aces. Pretty good hand to kick things off with. We're at the 3K, 5K big blind ante. He'll raise just over 2x.
Wow, that's a, oh, never mind. Guess that's very tight fold there.
Gets a call from D. She is our short stack coming into this final table. And king high flop. Philip well ahead.
I think a lot of people would shove here out of the big blind off of 10 big blinds. But he's going to choose the passive route. Works out for here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like we missed a tad of the action, but appeared that it went bet fold. And Philip will take down the first spot. Got Julia in the box this afternoon, dishing out the cards. And looking forward to some very close insight from you, Bones, as you did play this event and have,
I almost missed that.
I'll call it thousands of hours probably with some of this lineup.
With Trey for sure. I've played quite a bit with Jeremy as well. I busted 8th in this tournament and had the seat right between Winston and Jeremy before I died.
I do have to say you're a true pro. I was in the room playing at the time of your bust out. You walked over, said, "Hey, I'll be able to do the commentary tomorrow," and exited stage left.
Yep. Hey, I got some free time and happy to be here.
Easy game.
So this first pay jump is not that significant. It's only $700. So normally they would be waiting out D to bust, but the first couple of pay jumps aren't that serious. So I think they're still kind of looking to accumulate chips.
You know what? I think they can take care of you.
At least for the next
one down the road.
spot or
It should
two.
be more than like a 10-minute walk. I could probably get the deposits for you if you want.
I want to welcome Kiwi from the other side of the globe.
I'll pay for it. You go get it.
6:30 a.m. in New
How
Zealand.
much you want to pay for it?
Welcome as always.
So Winston, kind of tight fold there in the hijack. I think he's probably looking at D stack, and it's not terribly tight. Like I think he probably thinks that if it's a marginal open and Trey is going to defend appropriately in the big blind, then maybe it's not worth it.
Pretty standard raise and call here from Jeremy in the cutoff with King 10. Gets a call from Kyle with 2 6s. He will actually flop an overpair and go ahead and donk lead, and quick fold from Jeremy.
We don't say that anymore, Kyle. It's 2026.
We fair enough. What do you call it?
Just a lead.
Just a lead.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a bunch of boards where mostly from the big blind will lead into the razor. A lot of like the low straighty boards versus like some of the early position spots. So where they can have the straights and the 2 pairs and the early position cannot. But you know, I think that Kyle probably thought that he doesn't want to face aggression and have to, deal with, calling down over a couple of streets. Wants to kind of take control of the hand.
Couple of queens here for Trey. Pot has been opened 3x by Kyle with King 10 of diamonds, and 3-bet comes in, 42,000 from Trey.
These are 2 of the deeper stacks of the table. So I would imagine that Trey has a pretty strong range here.
Kyle will make the call, so we're going to see a flop. 94,000 in the middle. 356 rainbow.
So Trey is going to check most of his range here, given that he is not going to have any of the sets.
Get some good rest.
Oh yeah.
Check, check, and the 8 of clubs rolls off on the turn, and Trey will delay
laid out by
C-bet
the- or
50K
took some
and
calls
take
out
down the
by the
pot
pool.
quickly.
I like it. Kyle also could have taken a stab there on the flop with the backdoor flush draw, trying to fold out some of Trey's ace, king through ace jack types of
How's the draft
hands, but he
San Antonio?
decides to take the free card and get out of the way.
Trey, of course, our World Series of Poker Circuit event main event champion this spring. The circuit will be returning here to Austin in September. Very excited to have them back in town here in just a few weeks, coming very quickly. Kyle now, ace king.
Yeah, it's
Races
crazy.
to
Takes you an hour and 10
15,000.
minutes. Takes me almost 50 minutes, and I live in Austin.
Going with a bit larger open size thus far than some of the other table mates. Winston, ace queen suited in the big blind.
Wow. So this
Flat.
is
Morning.
yeah.
Good morning.
He probably doesn't really want to get in. Oh, okay. He probably doesn't really want to get in 30 bigs here with D being so short, even though the ladder isn't terribly terribly important.
Safe to say it's a pretty favorable flop when the ace queen queen rolls off for Winston, and Kyle in a bit of a tough spot here with top pair.
I would imagine this is just a pure call from Winston. Yeah.
Does just that. Six of spades on the turn.
This should definitely slow down Kyle. Okay.
Does not. He rips it and is insta-called by Winston
And
with the effective nuts, and
insta-dead.
Jack of diamonds will seal the deal. Winston going to take down a 310K pot on hand 6, and it's going to go from one of the shorter stacks, I believe second shortest, to now pretty healthy stack.
That is very bad news for the rest of the table. Winston is quite a good player, very accomplished. He won a Choctaw main recently. Forget if it was a circuit or a WPT. I think it was a
If it was
circuit.
against Trey, you would have just
But
got it all in
I
free.
played
You would've felt,
quite a bit with him on day one. Very, very sharp player, and I would imagine that he
Ace queen hand
I
last time was
probably doesn't
sick.
have as much experience as
Ace queen
Jeremy
versus ace king,
and Trey, but very good player, very sharp,
Ace queen
and I
versus
think
ace jack.
that he
Ace
will.
jack, yeah.
This is definitely not what the rest of the table wants to see.
Almost the bubble.
He brought the business backpack. If somebody shows up with
Suck,
that, you
suck.
got to have.
I would say that there might be a hoodie in there, but it is so hot on that stage, man.
Yeah, 105 degrees the high here in Austin today. It's sweltering out there. And, of course, under the lights as well. Kyle with a 2x raise with the ace-4 of hearts. Jeremy makes the call with a set.
It's a nice check back here by Kyle.
Jeremy bets about half pot. Kyle running into some pretty big hands
Yeah.
of late. River brings in a 4-liner and a flush.
Jeremy's going to go with the block here, making sure that ace-x doesn't get the check back.
Kyle gets away from it, and Jeremy will take down a 75K pot. Thought he might get a curious call there from Kyle, the small bet size.
It's hard when someone leads on that board, especially when the spades get there.
Welcome.
It's honestly, you have to be pretty creative to find bluffs there with Jeremy's
We missed
line,
push-ups.
and he's just never
Huh?
beating
That's
value.
double
So
Ah, we did.
Also,
we got
I should
time.
update players.
We got a
So
minute.
as you see here, they're going to do push-ups. Jeremy loves to play the Spartan game, in which when there's a double up or a bust, whoever is participating in the Spartan game does
I'm
a set of
scared to
push-ups,
get down
whether
there
that
and
is
embarrass myself.
10,
I'm
whatever.
more nervous
I
than
think yesterday
anything.
I
was so
probably did
shook at the
over
end of
100
the day.
push-ups.
Get down,
Oh,
you might
wow.
not be able to get back
Yeah.
up.
I was at the
Yeah,
table with
I'm worried
Jeremy
about
for
it.
7 hours,
I
so
legit am.
we got quite a workout in.
Any tightness
Every
from
time there's an
playing
all-in call,
poker?
it's
Every
Chest
double up
soreness?
or knockout.
100
See,
push-ups is a
when
lot
you
of push-ups.
calculated earlier, I was
Yeah.
saying the max you could probably
Thankfully,
get
they
out
were
is
spread
5,
out over
but
about 6
we could
hours.
just pass chips back and forth all day.
Trey was
Well,
getting
then
his
you should
push-ups
look
in
at half
yesterday,
if
and,
it's a
and so
double
was Jeremy.
Once we get full participation, I think we can start nuancing the rules. but
Speaking
I'm
of
trying to
Trey,
keep it
he's
as
got
simple as
75
possible.
of clubs
Yeah.
and
Well, you're
has
gonna win
opened
anyway,
the
so.
pot to 14,000. Folds around to Jeremy with 9-4, which will
This is a really loose open, and I'm guessing he just thinks that D is going to fold too many big blinds.
Well, if that was his assumption, it was correct. He'll take down the blinds and ante. Just a quick reminder for everyone joining us a little late. This is the 1K or $1,100 buy-in. We had a 25K guarantee. Generated just under a $40,000 prize pool. 14-2 up top. All these players have locked up 2,400. This is the beginning of the payouts, so top 6 made the money. So thus we started with 6 versus the typical 9. Trey with the ace jack off will open to 14,000 from UTG. Kyle makes the call in the big blind, queen 9 of clubs. 8-5-4, 2 diamonds. Ace high still good here for Trey. Goes check, check quickly. Another 5 on the turn. Kyle now going to lead.
Thank you.
Call from Trey. $67,000 in the middle, and another 5 rolls off on the river. Kyle will check, 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 and Trey's ace high going to be good at showdown.
Yeah, that's a tough run out for Kyle to bluff. Tough start for Kyle today.
Yeah, really hasn't found himself in any favorable spots. In fact, quite the opposite. Still has plenty of chips.
Yeah, he still has 34 bigs.
And D getting dangerously low. She's down to 21,000. Definitely going to have to pick a spot and make a move here shortly. D
Seems like a
now with
pretty good
ace
spot.
jack. Yeah, this is
I think we should put another
the
key
spot.
right there.
21K goes in the middle from the button, and
Ah.
a friendly smile.
Oh, normally that one over there is.
I was going to give a dark call, but now I'm going to look.
Oh, we're up to 3-6 now.
Kyle calls Trey as well, so D gonna have a chance to triple up to 69,000.
Nice.
And pretty favorable flop. She flops top pair with her jack kicker. Now a pair of 7s for Trey. Checking through quickly, and
7.
D gonna hold. And that 69K is going
What are you
back
talking
her
about?
way.
I mean, all it took was a
Good for
four.
DS.
Yeah,
I
basically
would've felt
about
very nice with
uh,
the ace jack
about
there.
What are they going all check down?
to the stack that she started the final table with. I think we came in and she had
One of them
maybe
might have thrown out,
71
you know,
or
at
so.
least the blue.
So
Yeah, that time they would have. But
I'll do this round with y'all.
I believe I said that's not
Yes.
see if she can take
Oh,
the
oh,
triple up
remind
us.
and
Got the
You gotta
good.
go.
That was
got the
it.
blogger.
Oh, my Lord.
Actually, a triple left.
Doing push-ups.
Thank you.
Spartan game re-engaged.
Very disappointed in Trey.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's,
Oh, geez. Jeremy's really huffing and puffing.
My triceps are hurting.
oh yeah. For a sec-
Didn't even think about it.
the
I was
mic
kinda
on his
surprised.
collar. If
We
y'all
all
are hearing
agree
that,
if
it's
we're
not
doing
bones
push-up,
or
our
eye,
hand's
but
not dead.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
We all agree? Okay, good.
Absolutely.
Especially if Trey needs like a
Trey's
full
shirt
round to,
looks like
stand
it's
back
not
up.
very conducive
We
to
might-
push-ups,
Yeah,
probably.
We gotta
He had
bring
the
him
same
in.
one on yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Push-ups
Well,
at this point.
Not the same shirt. It might have been the same
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 style.
style, yeah.
Just do sets of 5 or 3.
He seems like the type of guy that probably went home and showered before coming back.
He's always dressed well. I don't think his wife lets him out the door not dressed well.
13.
Well, I've actually joked with him a little bit of, I need your barber's number. Your hair is always on point. Couple of deuces for Trey.
He is known for having some of the best hair in the Austin poker community.
Yeah, he's got to be on a short list. And 3 ways to a flop. King high, 2 diamonds. Pair of 10s here for Jeremy. Going to be the best stand post flop. Also has the queen of diamonds on a 2 diamond board.
Yeah, I think the Queen of Diamonds kind of incentivizes him to bet a little bit. He just has a little bit more equity against a
Starting to think this
continuing
thing's
range.
an angle now. Our endorphins are all going.
That's 13,000. Good enough to take it
hyper.
down.
I'm like, my mind is, he's just sitting over here cool as a
Just keeps you
cucumber.
awake.
No, it increases the blood flow to your brain, which improves decision making. That's right. Yeah.
Keeps you awake. It
Exactly
keeps you
right.
thinking.
I heard increased blood
Prevents
flow to
deep
the
vein
brain and better
thrombosis.
decision making.
That's-
What
that's what I was
substance
worried
are we
about.
talking
Wires
about?
everywhere. Yeah.
I wear my surgical socks every time.
There you go.
Push-ups, but I don't
Oh,
know.
okay. It
Yeah.
was all right. But we're still on push-ups. Makes sense.
I don't know if the other substance helps me make better decisions.
Trey been opening a lot of pots early. He's got Queen Jack off on the button. It makes it 14,000.
Interesting to see how Winston navigates these spots, where he's kind of even with Trey and Philip.
Lets the King Trey go. And Trey will take down another one up to 450,000 in his stack. And the chip lead.
Oh, I guess he's a little bit shorter. I think this is probably a shove for D, especially with her image. She might even get folds from ace 10.
Does let it go.
Are they streaming right now?
Philip now with King
Not
10
quite.
off on the
Oh,
button.
it's a delay, but they're.
Started the recording.
I haven't been scanning my cards. That's why.
Because it wouldn't-
Oh, they're streaming. It just isn't live yet.
Well, Trey says he hasn't been scanning his cards, but
He doesn't know what's
the
going on.
table
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
so
the
pitch
table has
guessing,
come
that's-
through.
That's a nice sense.
We haven't missed a hand yet.
Trey has played so many streams in his life. At this point, it's just second nature to him. Also, we have a good dealer who's hitting the sensor.
Michael in the box this afternoon.
Is that Sam?
Ace, Jack, 6, Rainbow, King High with a gut shot. Still good for Philip.
I'd expect Philip to always bet this.
What size do you favor?
First big blind defend, you can even bet
You
one
were
big blind.
storming out of here like, man, I can't believe we're not playing through
I
the
had a
night. This
black-
is terrible.
Goes-
Might have been you.
Just a
under
touch
five.
over,
Black
so
Yeah.
Philip agrees, and that's good enough to take it down.
Yeah, it felt like a game
There's a
we
lot of
won
these
last
spots
night. We're
where
so
you just have
short
such a
that,
strong
like,
range
we
versus
can't
the big
really
blind
all
defend that
speak.
you
I
can
only
just
know
bet
for sure.
1 to 1.5
it
big
wasn't
blinds
the two
and
of us.
just take it
I
a
saw
lot.
This card.
Oh, now you're saying you're the seer?
I'm what? Yeah. Well, I saw his he was still holding a red card. And I know exactly what I did
I know exactly what I did.
because I didn't want to play today.
What's
Players discussing there was a optional
You can drive home and come back.
the option of finishing this final table last night. There was a vote.
Carnal-wise,
Players
You were the
landed
featured
on
cat
coming back
yesterday,
to
right?
resume play today at 1 o'clock.
Yeah. he was like, I'll just
I'm
blind
guessing
into
there was
it,
just
man,
one
and be
objection to
done with
finishing
it.
last night. When we were eight-handed,
It's a
it
good
felt
chance you
unanimous,
get
but
fifth.
Yeah.
I guess now thinking back, there was one
Right,
person I
yeah,
can think
But
of who
I'm
didn't say
saying there's a
anything.
good chance that you're going to get fifth.
So-
We're not
Usually
all
that's the
gonna sit here and-
naysayer.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Ace King suited for
Yeah.
Philip. We'll open things up from the cutoff. Winston with the suited ace of his own, and the button is going to find an ill-timed 3-bet.
38.
I think this is good. He's been pretty snug, and I think he expects Phillips to be opening a bit light, especially into D's big blind. See if Phillips goes for jam or for like 75.
Hot mic moment. That's on the internet forever.
That's
I
a
don't
stack
think
of
I
100.
like.
It's a 200,
So in spots like
238.
this, I don't like choosing a size like 90 or 100 because you're just never going to have bluffs with this size. So I think it's just you just want to be all in, or click it back. Let's see, they're what are they under 50 big blinds deep.
He goes the all-in route, and Winston with just ace-8. Gonna think about this one, but it is for all of his chips. Imagine not gonna be calling off his whole stack here with ace-8 of spades.
Yeah, I think he's just kind of pretending he has ace queen or
Nice man.
Thank you.
nines or something.
All
that
I
he
was
wants
all
to
I was
give some
sweating
thought to.
was the snap.
Yeah.
As long as there's not a snap. That's the only thing. Thank you.
We've all been
Go
there.
back and watch that.
Once you fade the snap, you can exhale.
It was ace king versus ace king.
Philip now chipping up nicely. Pretty close in chips with Trey, our chip leader, nearly even. Kyle Frisbee and Bones Poker joining you this afternoon from TCH Social in Austin, Texas. This is the 1K Lone Star High Roller final table.
Just bones.
Just leave Bones? Okay.
Just bones.
I was just thinking, I guess your IG got me on
Yeah.
Bones Poker.
But you're not KW Frisbee.
That's true. Race to 12K by Winston. He's got ace-8 again of the unsuited variety. Raises the cutoff and takes down the blinds and ante.
It's black shirt day. So wear your favorite black shirt to the final table.
You know, it's a little hot up there, as you mentioned, with the lights, and it'll
Jesus
hide a little
Christ.
sweat better than just about anything else. That's
Yeah.
usually why I pick it. Wearing a black shirt myself.
Focus mode.
Hold on. Wait once. There we go. He made it.
Oh yeah. He was doing push-ups, so he's okay.
The rule of the Spartan game is that you are always within reach of your cards,
Small bit.
so your hand can't get dealt. Or can't get killed.
So the push-ups have to happen
Yeah.
next to your chair.
Well, it's kind of an honor system, and you got to make sure you don't have a dealer that is trying to be a hero.
Great way of putting it.
Yeah.
Couple of fours here for Philip. Under the gun, he'll open to 14K. Kyle makes the call with ace-jack in the small blind.
Yeah, I think you can go either way on this one. But he's still kind of... Well, it's not a huge pay jump from 6th to 5th. It's nice. And it'd still be nice to outlast D.
Top pair for Kyle. Philip will continue once check 2 for 11K. Goes on the small side.
See if Kyle goes for a check raise or check call here. Goes with a check call. There's a lot of spots where you have your best top pair hand that you don't 3-bet that end up being check raises. So you can check raise something like ace-jack if you're shoving ace-queen. But if he thinks that Phillips is going to barrel off here, I think it's a very good line. And Philip has a really good hand to go 3 streets with to try to get Kyle to fold his King X and the Ace X that he doesn't want to be a hero with.
Yeah, and Kyle in an awkward spot. He lays it down. Philip's bet was half
My
of
arms
his
are, like,
remaining
shaking, and I was
chips,
like, fuck, he's gonna
and
think I'm.
aggression from Philip.
Yeah,
I
Gonna
know,
win
I
it with
know.
the worst
I
of
was gonna
it.
say it right now. If you start to see me like shaking, it's
Yeah,
not just
you're
my
not
first
nervous.
rodeo. No, I'm not
nice line there
nervous.
by Philip. Put a lot of pressure on the short stack, or the second
Yeah.
shortest stack,
That's what I started doing in my
which is
DQs.
generally
Because-
the
Yeah.
person that you want to target with those kind of lines. Those medium to next shortest, but not actual shortest stacks. They're the one that feels the pressure the most.
Couple of jacks here for Winston under the gun. He will open to 12K.
Yeah, can we agree on a 2 rounds of no one going all in? I need a break.
Forced break.
Folds
Fine,
quickly around to the big blind, and Philip with ace-4 off.
Oh, it's a min.
Going to defend.
But you went all in just recently.
Yeah, but you
Just
didn't call.
get called.
Yeah. It's the only reason I didn't want to get called.
9-4-8. 2 hearts.
Philip has a hand that definitely wants to continue here with the ace of hearts. One's going to check back.
Quick check, check. 5 of spades rolls off. Now Philip going to begin applying some pressure. Bets 15,000. Just about half pot. Winston makes the call.
This is an interesting line by Winston.
River is the queen of hearts, completing the front door flush. Philip does have the ace of hearts.
Let's see how big Philip goes here. Pretty big. Does it go about pot?
Goes right at pot, and Winston.
This is a tough spot for Winston. He does have a hand that double blocks some of the nut betting hands here. He blocks Jack 10. He blocks flushes. It's not the easiest call. But I would imagine that he started this line expecting to induce some action from Philip with his check. So, is he going to turn his hand into a bluff? Interesting.
Does just that. Michael will count it down, and
So-
imagine this is going to be a pretty quick fold from Philip after possibly some posturing.
Yeah, so Winston has decided that the raise here is a bit more profitable than calling. And he's trying to fold out maybe some hands like 9-8, 8-5. He thinks those hands are going to value bet for this size and then fold the
Like a
raises.
server. Thank you.
Of course, we know it doesn't matter against this particular hand.
Nice move by Winston. He'll take down
Might
278
be the only
and
guy
add
at this table
100K
I
to
fold
his
that hand
stack.
to.
We used to call that covering our bases, where you just kind of like, I'm not really sure if he is bluffing or value betting thin, so let me just cover my bases by putting a raise in here.
That'll
and
be
just,
one
like,
I want to go back.
making
and
both of
watch.
them fold. Very interesting line there by
Since you
Winston.
can't have the nuts. That's when you need to check the deck.
That extra card that was sitting in the
Ace 3 for
Yeah,
Trey
yeah,
on the
right? How many
button.
ace
He
of hearts are
will
there here? I'm small.
open the pot to
Right.
Just an extra
14K.
ace of hearts.
I will say that against pot, that it feels very.
Well, they'd be freaking out in the booth right
It's
now.
a bit more
Yeah,
dangerous
right.
to make that
That'd be
raise
so
because
funny.
you're
They'd
expecting
send
someone
us
to
somebody
have
down by now,
a more
so.
polarized range where like they're going to have bluffs and then they're going to have hands
They'd be
that
like, Duke discreetly
might
focus
not
lost
want to fold
100K.
to your raise. Like the pot kind of indicates that they don't have that thin value. But if he thinks that Philip is including those middling 2 pairs, or maybe something like Queen 10 or Queen Jack that had the gutter on the turn and then is value betting flop that wants to fold there. So just kind of depends on what he thinks about Phillips' value betting range with those non-nut hands.
Have a raise from Trey on the button. Winston did defend the big blind with 8-6 off and actually flopped a gut shot. Trey continues with a pair of threes, and he'll take down this one.
Kind of surprised to see that fold, but
Yeah, I was a little perplexed too.
especially versus the smaller size. But maybe he just doesn't want to face increased aggression going forward, and then he doesn't have a heart, so he doesn't. His straight outs are kind of dirty as well as his pair outs.
Ooh, what happens if I jam on you since you don't have the ace of hearts?
He calls his last 70K with the king of hearts.
Yeah, that's why I went ahead and folded.
Sorry, 13,000.
So Kyle's going to stay active here, which this kind of hand is like you can open. There's definitely nothing wrong with it, but it starts to get a little dicey around the stack size, especially with a much shorter stack and opening into 4 covering stacks. They cover you by quite a bit.
Jeremy calls out of the big blind with ace-8 of clubs and flops middle pair. Check, check, flop. 7 of diamonds on the turn.
See if Jeremy leads here. He's trying to fold out these overcards.
That's 17,000.
Does lead and quick fold from Kyle.
Yes.
And now D will be in the big blind with a pretty decent percent of her stack in the pot.
Find you.
54, so she's going to post 6 in the
What if
middle,
you
and
win,
then
though?
6 is the big
You
blind.
think about how all that extra sleep just gave you the fortitude.
Seven folks. Like, write a sternly worded email to
And to be fair,
King,
we
queen
don't
for
know
Trey.
who on this side of the table threw a red card
Make
in,
his
but we know
standard
you
14K open. King Jack finds the muck for Winston on the button.
Yeah, he's a bit worried here that D can reopen the betting.
That's what we call a re-raise.
Jeremy makes the call. D lets the 5-3 off go.
Also, Trey should have a slightly stronger range,
good with
knowing that
50-50.
D can just call off her last 4 big blinds or whatever, or put in her last 4 big blinds. So he can't have. It's not that he can't, but he doesn't want to have the suited connectors. He doesn't want to have Jack 7 suited or something.
Big Chevy Chase
Which
guy over there, huh?
gets most of its EV from just picking up the
That's
blinds.
the second Chevy Chase movie that you've referenced.
Ace-5 flop. Trey
Yeah.
C-bets, and Jeremy will let the King 10 go.
Yeah, of course I remember. We had like a 10-minute conversation about it.
Yes, ma'am. Can I get an unsweet tea? No.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. Unsweet tea and a lot. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, with Trey's accent, you would think he'd be ordering a sweet tea, right?
Yeah,
Seems like
that's kind of
it's
surprising.
an unsweet tea.
He's
It's a little disappointing.
he's a Mississippi guy.
Yeah. Folds around to the button. Jeremy 7-4 goes in the muck. D 10-3 in the small blind and dangerously short. And Kyle will get a walk. First we've seen tonight.
1,000, please. It's math. Yeah.
But he won the pot. Why is he?
Are you gonna play the main event this weekend?
I have dad duty, so won't be able to play. But are you going to be in there?
Yeah, while playing this, there was quite a large overlay in one of the satellites, so I sat out a round or so of this tournament to hop in the satellite and won a seat. So I'll be in there.
Oh man, I almost hopped in the same one for the same reason. It was if I hadn't felt the need to, well, the truth is I needed dog food, and HEB closed at 11, and that's
Okay.
why I didn't play the satellite. So anyway, I'm
They-
sure the chat loves that story.
there were
Not a
there were
pump
quite a
fake,
few
just
overlays
registering the cards.
in these satellites. So if you want some value, come on down.
That could be a good angle having them out there.
I think I got in, and there were 19 left, and 10 got seats, and everybody
Just
basically had the
making
same
sure
stack.
sensor picked it up.
So
Just go.
it was quite a
I didn't
deal.
really think about that. The sensor.
How many
is way
times did
ahead
you
of
have
the
to be
line.
all in
Yeah.
at risk?
Yeah,
I don't think I was
typically
ever
it's
at
back
risk.
here.
Right,
Like,
right.
you have to, like,
Nice.
I got through a few shoves, and then I might have. I won like a half a stack from somebody, and then was like
you can just go like this.
kind of cruised to the money.
Yeah.
And he mucks.
Beautiful.
And you go, I did.
Yeah, I have a couple of satellite stories like that with the
I'm like, wait, what was that? Oh,
Especially
10
on the
seats
river.
guaranteed and
I like.
I'll just
bit of an
just
overlay. Always nice to play for a discount.
Yep. Although,
Make sure the folks at home see this
honestly,
one.
I wasn't really planning on playing this week, so
6, yeah?
I guess I am now.
Yes. Thank you, man.
Sure, you know lattes. I'll put enough creams in that coffee.
It's not steamed, unfortunately. but-
scoot a little bit closer. Just keeping all the cards over there.
Don't buck my hand.
That's fair. That's fair.
Hopefully, D can find a shove here soon.
3 and 5.
Yeah,
What's
it's
it mean for? I
it's
haven't looked at my
painful
cards.
when it's you, and it even
Oh, and
sometimes can be tough to watch.
You're-
Somebody's card
you're trying
dead
to see
with a
what's
super
available
short
on
stack.
the,
and
I was
the-
just scanning
the
my
5-5.
cards. I was just looking at the
Uh,
Seats
TV.
available.
Okay, D's gonna limp here.
Down the wait list, I'll be.
Limps with the ace-4 offsuit. Kyle folds. Philip with 9-8 suited
Just
is
put her in.
just going to ask for the rest.
See, so he's got 50% equity against this hand.
Yeah, stone flip. And D going to go with the ace high and actually have a fair shot here.
Ace 4.
On all fours, boys. We're not shopping this.
It's an interesting push-up technique.
Thought you were calling for fours.
No. No.
Horse would be really good.
No.
Ace-4 off versus 9-8 of diamonds. D at risk. 87K in the middle if she can win this one. Will be the most chips she's had at this final table. Queen Jack 5, 2 spades, 9 on the turn for Philip, and D gonna need an ace on the river. There's 2 left. Does not come, and
Good plan with
D
me.
gonna be our 6th place finisher. She'll go home with 24.05 for her efforts. The remaining players locking up 31.80.
Nice run for D. I got to play with her quite a bit yesterday, and very nice lady. She definitely plays poker well and enjoys the game. So good for her.
Yeah, we've touched a lot on the strength of this lineup. This was kind of the who's who of the Austin poker scene and beyond, with players like
Thank you.
is Winston from out of town as well. I know he'd won the.
I'm going
I
down
don't know
to
where-
5
I think
because
Winston's
I feel
but-
like there's going to be a lot of all-in
I don't know
Oh,
his
for sure.
story that well. I see him in Austin quite a bit,
Yeah,
so
everybody defines their
it's
own
possible
set.
that
It could
he
be
lives
different day
in
to day.
Austin.
But definitely
I
says
hear
something
you.
about
Some
D's
people are men,
skill
some people are
to
not on
make
their
it
way.
to
I get
6th
it.
place in such a tough lineup of players.
I was definitely rooting for DS. I used to have a similar poker screen name.
That's a lot of numbers.
I think I could guess it. Kyle M, he's got 2 9s. He's going to raise to 15K at the 3K, 6K, 6K blind level.
And is he going to be committed to calling a shove here?
Yeah, Philip 3-bets the Jack 9 suited, and quick rip from Kyle.
Good spot.
And Philip will just quickly fold. And
Found out for the minimum.
Always
pretty
ni-
great outcome with 2 9s there for Kyle.
Absolutely. I always love to pick up 6 bigs without a showdown. No, sorry,
Yeah,
that
should've
was
just called. I like my
8 bigs.
No, there's a place
Don't
you
even
can
need the
snap.
9s to hold.
Great, we walk into aces.
The
That's the thing. I am
aforementioned
absolutely
tournament
capable
that
of having
you have
that there as
satellitted
well.
into, so you'll be busy this weekend, is the 250K guaranteed headliner, $600 buy-in. Satellites running each evening here at TCH, and
Still gonna win it.
that
There you
kicking
go.
off tomorrow.
It's all just
having fun.
semantics at this point.
That's right.
All right, gotta check out. It's like when you bet on sports. I mean, the outcome is already determined, whether you're right or wrong.
Or excuse me, we actually have the first flight this evening at 5 o'clock. Back to the action, and nut flush draw here for Jeremy, and Winston flops middle pair with his 10-8 off, and he bets one big blind.
Just trying to get fold from some hands like Queen 6 that have some equity. Jeremy's going to take a passive route here.
Turn is the Queen of Hearts.
Let's see if Jeremy decides to bet this turn. Trying to fold out the 10x, trying to fold out maybe a deuce x that bets. Just put 10x in a tough spot.
Does make a wager, and looks like, 17,000.
Now Dee's really going to find out.
I would expect
made her drive back
Winston to play kind of passively in
again?
this
So now
spot,
she's really going to find out who made her
given
drive back.
given Kyle's stack, and
might
he
have
can
slapped
definitely
all
still
her
have
taxes
some
just
strong
in
hands in this
case.
board. So
think
Jeremy's
I feel
going to
like
not
I'm
go
safe.
that big.
Quick check on chat. Edgar, welcome back. The commentators, myself, Kyle Frisbee, and Bones.
We're in the riffle
You've
tray.
seen him both on mini cash stream belts as
Gotta do
well
some
as final
push-ups and run back
tables,
to that
and
seat.
Yeah. If you're
gracing
gonna
us
miss it,
with
just
his
drop it in
presence in the
Yeah.
booth. He was
What are the calcium?
a runner in this very tournament, so a
Ooh,
lot of
live
insight
calcium.
about each of these players. Two sixes for Trey under the
Does
gun.
Kalshi allow
He
like
will open.
user delineated like props or?
What kind of odds can I put on myself? I would put at least $5,000 on me right now.
Jeremy with ace-8 of diamonds gives Trey a look and makes the call.
Yeah, this hand flops pretty well. Doesn't expect to get squeezed by Kyle too much.
King, Queen, 9 rainbow. Two sixes actually still good on a very scary board for.
It's kind of a good board for both ranges. The small blind flat range is going to have a lot of. Going to have some straights. Going to have some two pairs. Under the gun is definitely uncapped. He can have Jack 10 suited all the sets.
Jeremy sprinkles out 23,000 on the turn. Action on Trey
make
with
sure
his
I
two
don't have quads.
sixes.
Oh.
And he'll return those to Michael.
Nice bet by Jeremy to fold out the under pairs.
Welcome to the chat, Mixon. Mixon been on our stream table for a couple final tables of late.
Yeah, I think he just won a tournament here. And then got second in the last one that we did.
Yeah. Jeremy going to open the pot from the button with ace-3, and Kyle looks
like
down
this-
at two queens.
I'd like to see a non-all-in size here. Something like 42, maybe? That might even be a bit big. 30 is... Well, it'll get the job done here. Yep. I think that was probably... 42 is probably too big. I probably would have chosen like 30... 30 is good.
Jeremy lays it down, and Kyle will pick that one up and chip up to 174. Had a bit of a rough start, but has been headed in the right direction of late.
Thank you.
Longest tank, 48 seconds. I like it.
Yeah, when I watch WSOP, streams, the amount of time the commentators have to analyze every single street is
Yeah,
a lot different than here in Texas.
for sure. Very appreciative of fast games.
Ace Jack for Trey in the small blind. We'll make the raise. Philip folds his 8-5, and Trey will pick up another pot.
You
Go ahead.
showed the ace jack. You haven't showed the last 10 hands, so that's the ceiling.
That's the best hand I've seen.
Give all of you
think that's
late
true.
attendees a reminder of our payouts.
no, I don't
All
think
these
that's
players
true,
locking up
actually.
3180 at
I
this
don't think it's
juncture, but we're playing for 14-2 up top. And this
Maybe the
$1,100
third best.
buy-in that generated about 40,000, beating the 25K guarantee. Trey with Ace Jack again will open the button.
Definitely going to show this one. See, Winston, I think these hands 3-bet a bit. I don't think he wants to defend it. You can defend. It's just like very tough to realize your equity, and kind of serves as a good 3-bet. It unblocks the worst opens, but it looks like he's going to go with defend, which is fine.
Makes the call. We'll go to a flop. Button versus big blind. Queen 9-4 monotone. Trey with the all-important ace of hearts.
Yeah, these kind of boards you can bet really small. You can even go something like one big blind.
It's a good card to have. There's 2 of those in this deck.
Trey goes with a small bet. Quick fold from Winston, and I feel like I'm saying it with a lot of regularity.
Ace of
Of
Hearts is
Trey
mysteriously
taking down another
overrepresented.
There's a
pot.
lot of ace of hearts
And,
here. That's all I'm
you
saying.
know, some of those
That's all I'm saying.
marginal 3-bets may come out when there is a short stack like Kyle, and you're 3-betting a
When's the
covering
last time
stack.
this dealer counted down this stub?
Choosing the passive node in a lot of things where you think the EV difference between calling and 3-betting is very similar is probably good, and would definitely defer to Winston on that one. He's probably spent quite a bit more time studying that spot than I have.
An accident, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Raise the 14,000.
King 10 off for Philip. He'll open the button.
Is this a setup hand he's got against you?
Jeremy with ace 9 in the big blind. Gonna mull things over for a moment. Does make the call.
Now we're both worried.
King 7-8 monotone. Top pair for Philip, but Jeremy with the 9 of spades. We're in a dead heat in equity.
That's 11,000.
Philip bets 11,000. Quick call from Jeremy.
Break time. We gotta fix the hammer on. Take 5 minutes to call.
Officially on break. Oh shit! She brought my coffee. I didn't even realize she stopped by.
Turn is the Jack of Hearts.
See if Phil keeps betting on this turn.
Checks back. Check, check. And the river, 3 of hearts. And
Jeremy, oh, there we go.
yeah.
See if Jeremy decides to bluff here. He's got a pretty good candidate. It's probably the worst hand in his defend range from the flop C-bet. He's got spade, he's got the 9, although we don't expect Philip to have many straights because he checks back turn.
Check, check. Philip will show down top pair and
You weren't going to
take
call
down
it
a
if I bet like
59K
12K on that
pot.
river, right?
No, no.
You might have had more mischievous thoughts.
And looks like we'll be taking our first break of the evening, and Bones and I will also take a bit of a commentator break. In the meantime, we'll Remind you of the payouts. And we'll rejoin you here in just a few minutes. Thanks, everybody.
Most poker players are trying to make money at poker the hardest way possible. They buy in, sit down, and try to beat the table. But there's another way to make money around poker. Learn to deal. True Poker Dealer is helping players learn this skill, and Texas Card House is supporting this initiative because there's a real need for more dealers, especially with the WSOP circuit event coming in September. If you already love poker, dealing puts you in the middle of the action. You see every hand, every player, every decision, and you start to understand the game from the other side of the table. Poker doesn't have to be something you only spend money on. It can be a skill that pays you back. You know the game, now run it. The next class starts July 20th and spots are limited. Sign up now.
Yeah, I eat second in chips and I have a couple. So. Yeah.
174.
Smell good. 174 we said? I have a good feeling about you in this one.
Thank you. I hope so. I hope so.
I'm just glad I didn't go out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, the Asian guy, he's changed his game up a little bit more.
I know.
Now he's being a little.
I really want to know if he fucking bluffed me on that river because I had a good hand and I had the ace of hearts.
Like I say, until they prove that they're a bluffer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I folded. I didn't beat a bluff. I mean, I didn't beat a flush, but I had the ace of hearts. So I thought if he just had like the jack high flush, he would just call my bet, not raise me. So when he raises me, I'm like, this seems like it must be a bluff because
Well, I only say that because
I have him covered. Why would he raise me? I'm representing. Yeah, I'm representing the flush, and I have the ace of hearts, which means you can't have the nuts. So why are you raising here? I bet you I was supposed to call there.
When I had the ace, but he had the ace queen. I had the ace king. The flush hit on the river, and probably should have checked down, but he snap called with just
Yeah.
the ace.
Are you cooking?
We're cooking it. We got the chip lead right now.
You do?
5-handed. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I've learned to not punt as hard, so I got the chip lead yesterday, like halfway through the day, and held it all the way until now. Good luck.
No, I'm talking to Julia. We're just getting your counts and your stuff done. And yeah, your Dr. Pepper. You got it already, you're saying? What's up, Caleb? How we doing? Good.
Who's all left? Anybody?
I roll, Phil, you know Phil.
Yeah.
Trey.
Okay.
Um,
Jeremy.
you know everybody, Jeremy. You know everybody up here,
Oh,
yeah.
I know everybody.
You play with
Is
everybody
there a
up
list
there.
right there? Can I look at it?
Yeah. Philip, Winston, Jeremy,
Okay.
Trey.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Okay,
Pretty fun
okay.
table, yeah.
Very nice. All right. Sweet.
No more 1 o'clock restart. I need to knowing the couple hundred cards.
Yeah.
Like here, I'm just like,
I just woke up.
I didn't like go to the gym. Like I actually slept till 11. Went to bed at 2.
I don't wake up till 11:30.
Yeah, like so I'm just like, oh, like I just had a long one, and I'm just like, you know something? We're okay. We can have a long one. Fuck this shit. Was it 6-handed? I like it. I can't wait to get the one that I had. Freaking one the 19th, but like aside of that,
I mean, we can move them. I mean, they're like all one away from each other.
there was some movement too close. How about this guy sitting? This guy sitting next to D. And like sitting in the 8, 7, 9, toggling.
I put the butter here and he moves it there. I'm like, and I move it back and he moves it again. And I'm like, so this is your sensor.
Well, D said something when we were in one of the hands. It's like, oh, like, can you throw the cards over here? And he's like, well, you should be sitting in your seat. And I just looked at him like, don't worry, D. It's like, chill, it's okay, don't worry. D just starts laughing at me because I dealt her and shot stood 20 of time. Hungry though. So like I have like 600 calories, like good stuff, but not a lot of protein. I'm like so hungry. I only have like 30 grams of protein. So I mean, it's point you to eat right now, son. Where's Sally? Where's my boy at?
He's at 320 today. He's out getting stung right now.
Getting stung?
Sun.
Oh, I thought he was getting stung and he catches bees or something. He makes honey, the way you said it.
Same thing every time. Salmon, shrimp.
I hate that I could actually see the stream.
Where?
Well, it's on right now.
Where's that?
It's on.
I moved south to when I moved here.
Here, what's your number? I don't know if I have it saved. Let me just. I'll text it to you.
512 963 6295.
So now I know in both those fucking hands what the Asian dude did to me.
Oh yeah, did he get you?
I had him on. I had Ace King. He had Ace 8 when I 4-bet jammed.
Okay.
And he did bluff me in that flush pot,
Okay.
which I put to.
What'd you have?
Well, he had a better hand than me, but he was bluffing me.
Yeah.
I had the Ace of Hearts. I flopped a pair with the Ace of Hearts. He had a pocket pair with 1 heart. Oh, that's the hand. So in this,
yeah, jacks.
so we checked.
Oh, he's bluffing you.
Yeah, so flop went check, check. I led turn, he just called. I overbet river, and he min-raised me on that river. And I was thinking, wait, if I would have taken more time, maybe my fucking brain wasn't like going like this because of the fucking. But I was thinking to myself, hold on a second. I have the Ace of Hearts. How can he put his tournament on the line right here by raising me without the nuts?
They all have average stack.
Because if he's got the jack of.
They all have average stack.
If he's got, I was thinking if he has a jack high flush, he's supposed to just call. He's not supposed to raise this river. D was still in. And so I'm like, when he's raising and he's min clicking it,
Yeah.
he's got to be bluffing. He's got to be bluffing.
You can't do anything with it. You know, I mean, what are you gonna do? Rejam?
Rip it. I mean,
It may not work.
he doesn't even have top pair.
I know, but like, you may call though. I mean, he put like 80% of his chips in the pot at the time.
No, he had like one. No, he had like almost 200 behind when he put in 120.
Oh, it was that much.
It's. I think I did the right thing. I think I probably played that correctly.
Yeah. Played it fine.
It is good to know that like at least my intuition was correct. That that was because that dude I played with him yesterday. He played no hands. He only played the nuts, but he knows that I play hands. So I'm like, watch those hands? Did you watch those hands? Watch those hands.
No, I didn't.
Looks like the players are starting to return from break, so we appreciate all of you who have hung with us here in the chat. Kyle Frisbee and Bones with you. Of course, as you can see on the screen, this is the high roller of our summer series, $1,100 buy-in that generated just a touch under a $40K prize pool. We do have 5 remaining. 3180 is locked up and 14-2 up top as players return to their seats. And the aforementioned Bones, who's here in the booth this afternoon, you played this tournament and unfortunately kind of made close to the bubble. You were on the physical final table, but not the 6 that got paid. But what would you say is the biggest difference for those out there who really only play tournaments, maybe up to the $300 buy-in level? What adjustments do you find you have to make playing 1K plus?
So I would say that it's populated by a fair bit of pros and some of the recreational players that have kind of fared a bit better in both the tournaments and the cash games. There's way less limping. There's quite a bit more 3-betting. I would say that the bet sizes are a little closer to theoretically correct. You know, if you were playing against a computer or if you're playing against like highly skilled opponents, there are way fewer punts, and by punt I just mean like someone putting in
Yeah, they just updated. That's
a lot more chips than they probably should with whatever their hand is, whether it is either through the aggressive route or through calling down. I would say that these guys are a bit more studied in late game situations. Like, Trey has had a ton of experience playing poker. He won the circuit event. He's been playing tournaments for 20 years. Jeremy just won a tournament for 70K and made a deep run in the main. Talking about Winston, he won a Choctaw circuit event. I have not played a ton with Philip, but I do know that he plays a ton of poker. He seems to play quite well. I know he played a 25K heads up recently, so he's definitely willing to play some pots. Not afraid to make a big bluff, not afraid to call off a stack when he thinks he's right. And I think that you find more of these at the 1Ks than you do. I'll say at the 1K non-series main events. So, like, if there is a 1K here that is like the end of the what's the series they always have, the Trailblazer? If there's like a 1K Trailblazer main, like, you'll still have some pretty soft spots. But this is basically a lot of the good tournament players in Austin were playing this one. I enjoyed it. It definitely wasn't the softest tournament that I played, but I had a lot of fun.
Including the Spartan game, which got you 100 push-ups.
Yeah. It's definitely good to get the blood flowing, and it helps to have someone doing them with you. It would feel weird to just drop down and do 25 push-ups on like level 6 of a circuit main or something like that.
And I think the catalyst of that is the guy with the big arms in seat 5, Jeremy.
It's always Jeremy.
Speaking of Jeremy,
he got it going during the W slot main.
Yeah, I followed along. Didn't get to see him on stream, I don't believe, but checked his chip stacks as a known Austin commodity, and he'll take this pot down with a gut shot and, more importantly, a bet. See Jacob in chat rooting for Winston and Philip. Appreciate all you hopping in. Got a question about the schedule for Austin. I will check with our tournament director on that here in the meantime and try to update y'all before the end of the show. Of course, we'll be here until we have a winner or a chop. I don't know. Bones, do you have any opinions on the likelihood of a chop with this lineup?
Correct. All right.
I would not expect it.
I would lean that way too.
Yeah, and I think first was only 14K, which, obviously in real world dollars, that's a lot. I get it. But it's only 14 buy-ins. And I think that
Almost raised too small.
I don't know Kyle's background, but I have played some 2-5 with him. I would imagine that the difference between second and first, or first, second, and third, is not terribly meaningful for Trey, Jeremy, Winston, and
Yeah,
Philip.
immediately.
So
I
I would expect them to just play it out, unless they just want to be done with it and go do something else with their day.
Would kind of be remiss if it didn't mention in talking about
the
Philip.
kidney
He
shaped
also
ones
is
have
a
some
star of
drawbacks,
the
but
show
this
Top
seat
Chef
is nice.
and I believe a Michelin star chef.
So much elbow
Yeah.
room, and I have
And,
beautiful lines of sight, but yeah, those corner seats.
Has
is
several
really
award-winning restaurants around the Austin area.
I am impressed that this thing
Great to have
is
him
so
with us.
sensitive that as long as the pitch comes near it, like you don't actually have to scan your cards. They just
Yeah, I've not been
scan
corrected
in the
once.
air.
Usually I get corrected a few times.
One thing I've noticed in the 1K plus buy-ins doing commentary is seems like the players are a lot more studied around defend ranges and just playing button, small, and big blind much
Yeah.
more effectively than you see in the lower buy-ins.
Yeah, so I'll just tell you from my experience is that when you're studying poker, you generally want to study the most frequent spots that you occur first. And button versus big blinds, small blind versus button, small blind versus big blind, they're generally the ones that you want to spend the most amount of time on because you will encounter them the most. So for people who have taken time to study poker and really try to put some effort in, those are probably the most studied spots and the ones where you get the most reps in. So I would expect those to be the sharpest points for people who really are working on their game.
It's a perfect analogy for golf. They say if you want to improve your score, work on putting in your short game. And that's where you're hitting the most shots. Everybody likes to go to the range and wail away with the driver, but that's just one shot per hole.
Yeah, and I would imagine that the different, I don't want to say EV in golf, but, I would imagine that, adding a few yards to your drive or adding a bit of accuracy to your drive will not improve your score as much as improving your short game or your putting. I think those are the ones that just have not a golfer at all, but just from watching it, I would imagine that those ones have the most impact on your score. And, if you're studying MTTs, around the bubble and final table is where that'll have the most impact on your long-term win rate. And just playing for chips, those frequent spots that you're playing the most, it's more important to study the single raise pots, button versus big blind than some 4-bet pot, whereas, hijack versus cutoff or whatever that you play once a tournament, maybe.
Yeah, that's great advice. I think it's probably the area that the majority of lower stakes players could probably do the most to help their game.
Yeah, and to be fair, as the quality of play increases, there are fewer multi-way pots, which means you get a bit more of those folds and a bit more of those heads up, button versus big blind. Whereas if you're playing like a 300 or the daily or whatever, you're just going to get a bunch of like 5-way pots or like 4-way 3-bet pots. So fold to the button opens and big blind defend. It just doesn't come up all that much. So in fairness, I get that it's not the most frequent, but as the stakes increase, it becomes the most frequent. And, it's more important to be sharper in those lines.
Kyle picking up 2 hands in a row and definitely has been on the comeback after kind of a rough beginning of his final table, and in fact is no longer the short stack. That is now Jeremy by a hair. No one really separating themselves. Trey has been the chip leader most of the evening, I believe all of it in fact, but has pretty much hovered around the 450 to 475 mark. Mostly picking up some smaller pots. Kyle, ace-10 suited, going to open from under the gun. Blinds, of course, have increased post-break to 4-8K.
Kyle has picked up quite a few chips.
Queen, queen, 8, 2 spades. Ace high still good.
I'm surprised to see this check through.
Another 8 rolls off, and 2 pair with the ace kicker in the driver's seat here for Kyle.
I don't know that betting in Jeremy's spot accomplishes very much.
Are you getting curious in this spot that King High may be good?
No. I would expect the hands like Jack 10 to see bet the flop. Maybe you want to keep an eye on the under pairs that want to start bluffing there.
I just didn't have anything.
Like, 7s, 6s. Actually, I think you start up from the low ones that open. So maybe if you think he opens 4s plus, he wants to start bluffing like 4s through 6s. And maybe you want to keep an eye on that.
Multi-tabled live. I've never multi-tabled
But,
live while at the final table on a feature.
No, I would probably just
That's
fold
the
there. I expect
I
check
can't
back
be
range to
here
just
all
be
weekend,
a
but
whole bunch of ace
Especially for a
highs.
$130 tournament.
I know Bones got a seed. I think Matt Westlake got a seed. A lot
You
of
actually
people
kind
did
of
that.
indirectly
Just
brought up
checked in
another point that I've noticed is a
multi-table
big
for a
difference
while.
between some lower stakes
Free
buy-in
money.
tournament final tables and those such as this is the play of the smaller pairs. You see a lot more calling off too many chips with small medium pairs, trying to hit sets at the lower stakes.
Yeah,
Solver does not like that.
it doesn't. It's just very difficult to win the hand when you have 5s and you don't flop a 5. And you're just not always going to get stacks. And as the stacks get shorter, it's just not worth it. Stack preservation is worth a bit more than, trying to hit a set and you win, 18 bigs or something like that. It's just not worth what it is at, say, like a 200 big blind cash game.
3-bet pot, and Winston gonna brick here with his King 10 suited, but Philip with top pair. Philip checks top pair. Winston going to c-bet.
These Jack High and Queen High boards are usually pretty good for the caller of the 3-bet. They're just going to have a lot of these broadways.
Philip does make the call. 5 of spades on the turn, brings in backdoor spades.
No, it's Texas, so you file your own taxes.
8 of diamonds on the river.
See if Philip goes for value here. He probably doesn't want to go too big.
Yeah, I haven't done it yet, so I'm gonna worry about that when I give it to my accountant.
It sucks because it's like if you win, let's say you pay $100,000 in tournament.
26,000 from Philip with top pair, and Winston will lay down the king high.
Yeah.
Nice pot and pick up there for Philip.
You can only write off 90,000 on
You should be able to write it off on travel and expenses, though. Should be able.
I would never bluff you, Winston. You can just go back and watch the stream.
I started watching on the break. Good hand on that first hand with aces, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Not sure if I called it
It
out,
is
but
kinda weird
Julia
that
in
you
the
can
box
watch,
now, a
like,
tough cash game player in her own right.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird that we can.
I've seen her
we
quite a
can
bit
watch while we're
lately
still
playing cash.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, y'all should be
She's a
disqualified
sharp
for
player
that.
and definitely works on her
You're,
game.
you're the one who showed me how to watch.
Usually has a
You
healthy
watched
stack
30
in front of
minutes
her.
ago, I don't care. That's 30 minutes ago.
19. I'm having trouble with my brain. 19. Whatever that is. There we go. It was correct.
19,000 from Philip with 2 5s.
He started to put a little distance between himself and the rest of the field.
7 deuce? No, better than that.
Do ma.
You had me crushed.
Folds around to Kyle in the small blind. He's got ace-6 suited, and he folds as well. Quick,
Somehow I got
Philip will
that.
pick up that pot.
Yeah, so it's pretty much just Trey and Philip have a decent sized lead over the other 3. In theory, they are not supposed to tangle very much in this spot.
Thank you.
Alright. Misclick.
How do you misclick before you click?
I clicked and then I misclicked and then I clicked again.
Ah.
Raise the 18K with Jack
18
Deuce
is the bet.
by Kyle on the button.
Definitely an ambitious open into the 2 chip leaders. And it's tough because you want the big blind to have a deuce, especially someone who defends pretty wide. Like, your goal is to just fold out all of like the really trashy hands, and it kind of sucks when you block them.
Ace Ace Trey and Philip has flopped a pair of threes. Gonna bet 10K into 62.
Just trying to clear out some overcards here.
Generates 2 quick folds, and he takes down yet another pot.
I'll save you the
And
time.
he's
I had
up
a 3.
over the 500,000 chip mark, which I believe is a new milestone for
But
any
only
of
if you
these
promise you
players.
won't look.
As our new chip leader.
Now I trust you. I'll take your word for it.
Am I small?
I think that might be Trey's wife in chat.
Welcome to the chat, Savvy.
Just saying that because she's a realtor, and I can't imagine Trey has many female fans. Just kidding, obviously.
Yeah, Savvy Homes kind of gives it away.
Mhm.
17,000 from Jeremy with the ace-9 suited, and good enough to take down the blinds and ante.
Have some change, please.
Yeah, I got you.
Appreciate it.
Speaking of some of the differences in these higher buy-ins, of course, much deeper structure. So see the players arriving to the final table with a lot more big blinds than we're used to seeing for some of the faster structures.
Yeah, very slow structure. It was a lot of fun to play. I enjoyed this one. I don't play too many tournaments these days, but I definitely enjoyed playing this one. I stand corrected. Ladies love Trey.
It's got to be the hair.
It's got to be the hair. Or the accent. They say that the Mississippi accent is right up there with the British accent as far as desirability among women.
I've always felt like the
Yeah, it's
Australian
fine.
accent, which of course very similar to the British accent,
Yeah.
but especially if you're
cat
from
would get
Texas, it's the
angry
same
over
thing.
2
But
hours. They may scratch your
if I
stuff
could
up,
pick
but
one, I
they'll
think
be
I would
fine.
pick that
I mean,
one.
you've also showed decent hands, but
But you also have
It
to use
is yet to occur.
their vocabulary.
Oh, true. That is a
Yeah.
downside. Yeah, there's some.
You get to fire off the C word with impunity, but I think the rest of it is it's a little confusing.
Philip here with the 10-8, going to bet and take it
well, you
down.
folded post flop. You just haven't folded
Jeremy
pre-
playing
pre-
very patiently thus far. Hasn't really had any great spots.
I just don't feel like driving to Choctaw, you know?
Dude, before
And
the
Philip
House of
continuing to
Texas,
stack
I was
chips
like,
up to
look
I know, I
550.
used to love going to Choctaw.
4-hour drive.
I mean, I say this today, but if nothing else is happening on Saturday, I may find myself in Choctaw. Who knows?
Yeah, you mentioned, Bones, that it's not lost on you that, 14,000,
What tournament is
a
this
lot of
weekend
real
then?
world money. I've had to catch I've caught myself in some of the
Yeah, but
cash
what- like
streams
what
that, of course,
specifically
you are a
this weekend
regular
are all-
on when
I
somebody,
think it's their main.
maybe there's a raise, call,
Not yet.
C-bet, fold,
I was gonna say,
250
I'd be
in the middle.
surprised if
I'll say,
TCH
hey,
is
wins a
running
small
main at
pot.
the same time they are.
Have to remind myself that you can go buy a pretty nice steak dinner for
Absolutely,
two
yeah.
for that small pot. Jeremy, no longer spot dead, has a couple of aces in the small blind.
They're what? He's 30 deep, something like that. 28 deep. Definitely want to choose a non-all-in size here.
Does just that. 55,000 is the new price, and Trey out of there quickly.
You need to skin
Jeremy is definitely known as one of the
I
Can
like
never be too sure.
tighter players
I like the
in the
When I
area,
didn't let out the audible
but
sigh,
he's
I
definitely
decided,
capable of some tricks.
Dude, I mean, there's a conflict of interest here, gentlemen. There's forward motion with cards.
Yeah,
There's
it's weird
my
that it's not here.
RFIDs right there.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just saying.
All right, I won't do
That
it
makes me
this
first,
time.
yeah. 16.
6-3 suited goes in the muck for Philip, and we got a raise here from Winston with a mystery hand. We'll see it here in a moment.
Seems fair.
Looks like 20K is the open size with the ace-5 off.
Seems good. Sounds like Trey's going to defend.
Check card.
Get the graphics caught up here momentarily, folks.
Oh, Kyle's going to defend from the small blind.
9-8 suited for Kyle. King, Queen, Jack flop. 4 of diamonds on the turn. Completes front door flush.
Interested to see how Winston responds here. He's got a pretty good hand to start putting chips in. But again, we kind of talked about how the small blind range connects to these Broadway boards. And in theory, the hands that aren't Broadway should be suited. So he's going to have some flushes. He's like if he has 9-8 suited of diamonds, or spades, he's going to have diamonds. He can have the 9-8 suited. He can have 10-9 suited. Doesn't really matter which suited there. He can bet all of those. So yeah. Nice play by Kyle, kind of taking advantage of the strength of his range there. And they're not really strong enough, or they're not really deep enough for Winston to kind of float and be able to put a lot of pressure either by calling or raising in that spot.
On the way.
Winston looks down at King, Queen off under the gun. He'll open to 16K, 2x. Couple of threes here for Jeremy in the cutoff. Call is made and folds around to Philip. Got a suited 9-4. Makes the call, so 3 ways to a flop. 60K in the middle. King 10 deuce, 2 diamonds, top pair for Winston.
This board should hit Jeremy's range pretty strong. And Winston's got a hand. Having the diamond definitely gives him some backup there that kind of frees him up to check call. Or just give a free card to the big blind.
Action on Philip with 9 high. Does have a gut shot. Gonna take a stab, 15,000.
I would imagine that part of Winston's overall strategy for this spot and this seating at the table is to induce some action from Philip, who he probably perceives as putting in a few more chips in the aggressive nodes than other people. So he might think that he's more likely to get chips out of Philip by calling bluffs than value betting and getting calls from worse,
And I raised called,
which is a very reasonable adjustment. And
then the guy turned trips.
it's honestly one of the first ones that I make
That was definitely
at a
the
table
spot.
is figuring out who I want to, who is more of a calling station and who is more of a bluffer, and then kind of tailoring my strategy in heads-up pots against them towards that. In multi-way pots, you still have to think about the third person and keep in mind if the third person is aware of your strategy and can take advantage of it. But Winston's just got a very, very good hand to call here with, and I
don't
can't
even
imagine
really
him
remember to tell you the
doing
truth.
anything but
I
call.
don't even.
Makes
I'm
the
sure
call
I'll
and gonna win a
long
very
play.
nice
I don't know.
pot.
I'm sure I'm
220,000 headed Winston's way, and he's up to 384K and takes a decent chunk out of Philip's stack. But
Very nice line there by Winston, and it all starts from checking the flop. If he c-bets that flop, I would imagine that Philip just folds. So he gets an extra 100K out of it. So very nice adjustment by Winston, and a board that a lot of people would just pure bet.
Too bad you didn't river 2 pair.
So if I were Philip in this spot, I would take note of that line, and like I talked about what my strategy would be for Winston, now I would keep in mind what I think Winston's strategy is against me, where he's going to pot control and try to induce bluffs. And if you remember the ace-4 versus Jack's hand earlier, I think it was ace-4, Winston chose to raise that river, but he started with a check on the flop with an overpair, which is a hand that you would generally not expect. So I would, as Philip, I would kind of slow down my bluffs and just really focus on value and sizing up for value. Because both of those lines, and the Jacks versus Ace-4, and then right there the 9-4 against King-Queen, Winston chose pretty big sizes. So I would just try to match my value with that. And obviously, like, yes, it would be great to get dealt value all the time and like never have to bluff, but you know, when I do have value, that's kind of what I want to be thinking of. Is he thinks that I'm going to be over bluffing, and he thinks that I'm going to be doing it for this size. Let me just change up my frequencies a little bit and try to adjust. And as much as people talk about solvers and you know AI or whatever you want to say, theoretical play, like this is still the crux of poker. Is like you get dealt 2 cards, your opponent gets dealt 2 cards, and you both come up with a strategy. Now that you may have been aided by that strategy by looking at solvers, but people don't play like solvers. So you still have a real-time opponent who's thinking about you and thinking about his cards and your cards, and you know you got to adjust to it. And I think that's still the beauty of poker. No matter how much information is out there, no matter how good AI or solvers get, it kind of helps you with the baseline, but you still have to make the decisions in real time, and you still have to execute a strategy.
heads up pot here between Jeremy and Philip. Philip with a couple of 4s on a 10 high board.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a very good hand to check raise. And it's not ideal. I don't want to say not ideal. It's hard to pull the trigger on a check raise when you're kind of short. But Jeremy chooses kind of a nice size just to fold out some junk. And he just gets a million good turns in the deck. It's good to see him to have this check raise. I think I would check raise this spot, in pure.
16 is the raise?
Glad we didn't start this at 6 p.m. We'd be here till freaking 4 in the morning.
Yeah, raise is under 3x the 11K bet, and Philip gonna go ahead and make the call. Does turn a gut shot with the ace of spades rolling off, but Jeremy now with a gut shot royal flush draw, but more importantly, flush draw and straight draw.
So this is an interesting spot for Jeremy. He does not want to get blown off his hand because he's just going to have to call it off. He's setting up for a nice river shove, but Philip can definitely have the wheel floats here. He can have ace deuce and ace 4. He can have ace 5. He can have ace 10. But it's still a button opening range. He's still going to have a bunch of stuff in here that's going to fold.
120, yeah, 130.
I think you would rather turn the king, not necessarily just the extra 3 outs, but you just get a few more folds from ace high.
Philip asked for a count of Jeremy's remaining stack. He's got 34,000 behind the 55K bet.
And Jeremy's got a great stack here to shove the river if it bricks off.
I think I left the 100 off that. 134,000 behind.
Yeah. So he's probably... The cards that are bricks here are the... You don't expect him to have 6-4. Maybe he opens 6-4 suited and calls the raise, but I would say like the 7s through 9s. I don't know if he bluffs a jack or a queen or checks and tries to show it down. The deuce he probably bets, even though ace-4 is definitely in Philip's range.
Philip appears to be leaning fold at the moment. Just an assumption based on body language. But what do I know? He grabs chips and puts Jeremy all in.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was saying. It sucks to have to call off here. And a player as aggressive as Philip, like, he'll put you in some spots. I think you just have to sign and call it off. You just have so much equity. So I was kind of, when I was talking about how much it sucks to call off, I was thinking that you can, my other option here would be to check shove, where I can pick off, like players aggressive as Philip, he might choose to bet this ace with his floats, and I want to pick those off, and then I don't have to call it off. I can get him to fold. See, this is just like a disaster, having to fold this hand. And also, if it checks through, like, that's fine. You get to realize a bunch of your equity.
See, I don't want to.
Yeah, I think my first thought there would have been to check shove. But betting is fine. But I probably would have leaned towards calling it off just because you have so much equity. And I also think that, like, if this were a softer final table, I would say that I would lean more towards folding as Jeremy, because you're going to get some really good spots in the future. But I don't think this is a very soft final table, and I think that I'm probably just going to take my lumps with that hand, thinking that while I may think I have an edge against these guys, I don't think it's going to be huge. So,
As it stands, Philip picks up a very nice pot. He's now at his peak in chips, as well as maintaining his chip lead.
And huge props to Philip for pulling off that bluff. Folded out a hand with a ton of equity. Probably could have folded out a 10 there. I bet. Yeah, great job by Philip. He utilized the gut shot and the range advantage that he probably has on that ace. So.
Speaking of Philip, he's raised to 19,000, the king 10 of clubs, and been called by both Winston and Kyle. So 3 ways to this flop. Ace, queen, 9, 2 clubs. Big flop for Philip and top 2 for Winston.
Let's see. This could definitely be an all-in spot. Interested to see if Winston decides to continue with the passive lines, especially in position against Philip. If he wants to keep trying to induce these bluffs. He definitely does not want to, I mean, this is a very good hand, but his range in general doesn't want to play huge pots with Philip, given that he covers Jeremy and Kyle by quite a bit. And he's just kind of incentivized to get to the final 3.
Action on Winston, facing a half pot bet from Philip.
But this board is so draw heavy that I could definitely see him putting a raise in here. And Philip seems like the kind of guy here who could just shove it in his face.
Raised to 90,000 by Winston.
Push up.
Kyle
Yeah.
has folded.
Yeah, and
We're all in.
Philip's just going to put it in his face.
Royal flush draw.
Massive pot, by far the largest of the night, 759 in the middle, and a virtual flip. Top 2 versus nut flush draw and a gut shot, and Broadway gets there immediately. Winston going to need an ace or a queen on this river. And he will
GG.
not get there. Philip now
Wow.
the massive chip leader, 972,000, and congrats to Winston. Well played. What else are you going to do with top two?
Yeah. With that run out, he probably just gets stacked anyways if he just calls flop. I mean, obviously, like that king ten of clubs is like pretty much the top of his range there. I mean, he'd rather have the sets, but like it's really hard to hit sets, especially when you block top two. So
Yeah, that hand.
that's just a tough spot for Winston. He played really well.
That's why I
Had
didn't
some
like
pretty cool lines and
I actually knew that he was
had a pretty good strategy
100%
against
call,
Philip,
so
and
it's
then
like-
just kind of like,
Get it over with. Get the
you know,
band-aid
that's kind of how
off.
tournaments are. Is you just kind of like run into top of range sometimes, and you know you're out the door.
Winston will exit with 3180, and as you
I had
just
the
saw,
straight and
these
the flush.
players now
Yeah,
inching
dude,
closer
overkill
to
the double
14,200 up top.
And
Kyle now with ace queen.
Kyle and Jeremy are very, very excited about that. Not only getting the ladder, but you know, one of the tougher players at the table is out. So
Middle pair for Kyle, and not a whole lot working here for Trey with the 8-4 of hearts.
yeah, just a pretty good board for Kyle's range, and a tough one for Trey to continue. He does have the 3 straight 3 flush, but on those Broadway boards, it's just going to be pretty good for the small blind opener.
Bet and take it for Kyle.
Kiwi asks, what do I think the best bet sizing is to open with? So it kind of depends on your stack depth. I would say that at about 100 big steep, in these tournaments, I still probably open to 3x.
My superpower is
I
like,
don't think
hate
I would
that
go
when
bigger
Ash
than that.
can come over and do that.
As the stacks get shorter, your opens, people call less.
know.
It's a bigger percentage of their stack. People defend a bit less. So you can just go with your range with like a anywhere between 2 and 2.5, I think is fine. I think if you wanted to go like theoretically correct, it would be somewhere around 2.1, 2.2, somewhere in there. I think that's what the Sims say. But I think that in these kind of tournaments, like in the non-Poker Go, Triton, whatever you want to call it, I think people who don't have the best fundamentals are still calling way too wide. So you can kind of take advantage of that by having a strong range and putting a few more chips in the pot. So in Texas, I would go to 3x until you get down to about 40 bigs, somewhere in there, and then I would start to size down to 2.5, somewhere between 2 and 2.5.
If I had a bluff,
But
I'd show
the thing
it.
about open sizes is it doesn't
I
really
don't know.
matter.
I believe
Like the
you.
difference between 2.1 and 2.5 does not matter that much. The difference between 3 and 2.5 does not matter that much. Don't go up to 4x would be my advice unless you have a very good reason. But, you know, if there's someone at your table that's calling big raises and you don't think they'll notice you make a big raise with a good hand, then by all means just fire away.
I know there's even more variables with 3-bet sizing in and out of position, but what's your general approach there?
So I'll just tell you, like from a cash game, I usually go, 5. It depends on what it is. If it's like cutoff opens and I'm in the small blind, I'll usually go like 4.5 times their open. If
Gonna give us
it's
an opportunity to have a favorite pot.
middle position, I'm on the button, I'll go like 3 to 3.5
It has it.
times.
And,
You
well, he
can
doesn't-
change it based on how frequently you think they're going to defend. But that would be my choice. And then in
we gave him the rope. We didn't take the
tournaments,
voice. We gave him the rope.
generally you want to size down. Again, like we talked about, it's a bigger percentage of their stack, so you can kind of get away with smaller stuff.
Got a rare family pot, 4 ways to this jack high flop. And Kyle connecting with middle pair with his 10-8. Trey as well with a couple of 8s. Worst kicker. Jeremy catching a piece with bottom pair. Kyle going to bet out 55,000 with the best hand.
I think Trey would rather have a card blocking the 10-9 to continue. Like I think Jeremy might choose to continue here. Although he chose a really
only
big
did after I
size.
already
I just
decided
noticed
I was
that.
folding no matter
I don't think
what.
Jeremy can
Nice.
continue with his stack.
Does choose to
limp
fold.
ace.
Kyle will pick up that pot. He's up to 257,000 in his stack. Still at the 4-8K blind level, but we'll be going up here relatively shortly.
And Philip just has a really, really great spot to put a ton of pressure on Trey and Kyle
Big blind coming out.
until Jeremy busts. Jeremy's on 12 or 13 bigs. Trey's pretty handcuffed here. Although I will say that Trey probably cares less about ladders than the average person.
Race to 20,000 on the button with ace-8 for Philip. Jeremy 7-5 suited.
Assume that's 20.
20.
Can't quite tell.
Goes back to
Yeah.
Julia. And Kyle in the big blind with
I'd have to chop down the
7-6.
entire second floor to make it 18, so we're going with 20.
Going to lay it down as well.
Yeah, he's got to be pretty tight there.
That card again.
Just really doesn't want to play
Why
pots
the hearts?
against Philip. Or Trey for that matter. What's the
Turns out
difference
he did not have
between
the-
fourth
he
and
did not
third?
have the ace of hearts that hand.
Thank you,
Oh,
sir.
that's,
Turns out my read was correct.
Okay,
If I would've
so
put
I
it
mean
in-
there's a 2K
2K,
pay
yeah.
jump, yeah. So a two buy-in pay jump is pretty significant.
Mixon saying ICM is for poor people, don't forget.
Yeah, and Trey still has that 300K win from a few weeks ago, so he's not in the poor category.
I think it was actually it was 360 something, I believe. It was
Yeah. Although
quite the score.
Bitcoin is not in great shape right now, so he might be trying to get some ladders.
I think there's a lot of people in that boat. I
Maybe-
can't help but ask, have you dabbled in the crypto streets? I
Yeah.
feel like this is almost a guaranteed yes, by the way.
There was a large portion of time where it was an ungodly amount of my net worth was in Bitcoin. This year has changed things a bit, but I still have quite a large position for me.
16.
There's a lot of theories that affects the poker economy overall.
Wow.
What's
There are
your
so few hands.
thoughts
Absolutely.
on that? Yeah.
3-6.
It,
3-7.
10-3.
I don't know that it affects it day to day, but
6 I call.
you know, knowing your net worth has taken a significant
I
hit
raised
over
it
the
from
last
66.
however many months. At least from my perspective, I'll tell you that there are times when Bitcoin is at 120, and I realize, and I think like in my head, like I have
Stay
a
limber. There's some push-ups.
quite a
coming.
safety net in case I just forget how to play poker anymore. And then when it drops to 65, I think like I have less of a safety net, and I should probably
Probably go grind.
yeah, go grind, not take shots as much. I think it's more that than like the day to day. The people that I know that are heavily into crypto, they're the amount of crypto that they own generally doesn't change all that much. Like most people that I know just hold it. So it's not like I have 100K in my Bitcoin wallet. I'm just gonna go take 30K out and do whatever, and then put 30K back. Most people I know just kind of keep it in there.
Yeah.
But it's just the illusion of the safety net. So here's Philip putting some pressure on Trey with a 3-bet from the small blind with 4s, which generally isn't that much of a thing. But knowing that Trey is going to struggle to defend there, with the other two being significantly shorter than him, Philip kind of taking advantage of that. And you can always flop before.
Yeah,
And
there
with
you go.
the
A lot of blinds.
seating of Michael in the box, replacing Julia, the blind's now up 5K, 10K, and Jeremy now just on 8.5 bigs.
All right, beautiful, beautiful. Is there an app? where I can
Obviously,
do, like, 5
four-handed, the
stars?
blinds coming around quite quickly. Again,
I think you'd get like 9 stars there.
No.
I think you'd break the system.
and Philip with far more than half the chips in play. Trey with the suited ace will
you
raise
just
under the
raised
gun.
blinds.
And Philip, the rich get richer. He's got 2 aces on the button.
One makes it 60.
Jeremy, king 5 suited, finds the muck. Facing the 3-bet of Philip, Kyle with 2 sixes, also in the muck.
I had a pair again.
Twos.
Close. Ones.
You only had a pair of ones.
Just a
Trey
pair of
will
ones.
fold, and Philip picking up another pot and cracking the 1 million chip mark.
I said I'm gonna fucking stop playing cash and just go back to tournaments.
Yes.
I know.
Tournaments are fun.
I didn't play cash for like literally 10 years, and then I got whamboozled into starting to play cash again.
Yeah.
Philip with over 1 million chips. The remaining
This
3
feeling is
players
hard to
have
match.
just
Absolutely
We can
whamboozled.
make
around
cash.
650,000
I like
between the
playing
3 of them.
better. I like the game.
Got an
I don't
update.
like the
Guys
fact that
who
cash
are four-handed at final
entire
table, they
game
think tournaments are
starts
fun.
and stops every riffle. I like that.
Hard to
this is
believe.
Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, like a prologue.
All in?
You know,
Amazing that how that can shift
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
it's an entire journey.
the
That's a
mindset.
big card for me. Ooh, that's a bad card.
You can be more. You can whip.
Sounds like Jeremy's
Sam.
all in here, and Trey saw 1 good and 1 bad.
Yeah.
Generally not terribly exciting versus Jeremy's shove range.
I think there's something about the artistry of it too.
Ace 3 of hearts is Jeremy's all in. And
You're right about the.
Otherwise, just like I guess
that'll
I'll
win
reload.
him in
Like,
orbit,
you're always
at
playing
least.
300 bigs. There's no
Yeah.
nuance.
Absolutely.
But you're right
Now
about
cracking 100K.
Yeah. Mr. Harrington taught me that.
I do have to say this does seem like a fun group to play some poker
I
with.
still think it am.
Oh, yeah.
Start to finish, as you
Yeah.
mentioned.
Yeah, I had a blast yesterday.
It's not strategy.
It's very rare that I enjoy a tournament where I don't
It
cash.
was just a
but
letter.
yesterday was definitely fun.
7 makes it 30,000. 9 folds.
What are we playing
It also
for?
helps that I
Curiosity.
no idea.
played
Yeah,
86 a year
I
now,
thought
so
that.
I
You
kind
got
of enjoy the ones I play a bit more.
100, 200, 300, about 3-ish,
That's
probably, right?
intentional, so I don't know. Whatever.
It's intentional, so you don't know?
I know. And then if I know what I
Raised to
have,
30K
then
by
like,
Kyle. He's got 2
I-
sixes. Philip will defend the big blind with king deuce of
Mr.
clubs.
Harrington would think that's not the best way to approach the game.
Maybe not, but you know what? Whatever. I don't care.
And there's a
said
set
to
for
you.
Kyle.
Mr. Question X, big blinds stack.
25,000.
I'd like to see a small bet here.
25,000.
Yeah, I'll let you have it. Let you have it.
Nice.
Let you
Yeah.
have it.
That's 25K. Insta fold from
Aye-ya.
Philip.
Nice
A
hand.
little unfortunate for Kyle to get no action post flop with such a huge hand.
A lot of good that did.
I've not hit a set this whole tournament.
That's like, yeah, you're right. They're hard to come by in this tournament.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. All right. What do we got?
That's hilarious. Them talking about sets being hard to come by. Kyle playing it right off, having just flopped a set.
Mm-hmm.
Scolded that to me the other night, and I immediately like went to like a 10K deficit in the cash game.
Mixing it up.
Ace
I
5
did
suited
talk
now
shit
for
to him
Kyle.
first, though, so he said it was because I talked shit. I stack shamed him, not because he knocked mine over. I think it's because he knocked mine over. Stack shaming is mandatory when you play with Skull.
See if Jeremy
All in?
decides to shove here.
5's all in.
All in with the ace deuce of diamonds over the top of a call by Philip.
H, I like my women.
89,000.
Ace 5 suited
Do it.
finds the muck for Kyle.
Cannot do it.
No, you got the 89,000.
Quick fold from Philip, and good news for Jeremy,
Even more.
relatively speaking. Does chip up to 124K.
Never heard that one before.
AY
never
didn't
heard
ask
that one.
what stack depth
All
you
my
usually
years
start
of
shoving
poker.
pre.
What'd you say?
I've never heard someone
And if I
so
split
limited
min-raise or
fold.
jam, or is that
That's-
always min-raise fold
I
or
mean,
shove
it would've
fold?
worked if you didn't
I would
call
say
it.
that outside of the button, I don't have shoves at 15 bigs or more.
I value limits.
Maybe in the cutoff for like
Power.
15 or 16 with some small pairs and something like that. And then on the button, I have a range where I shove. I have a range where I min-raise fold, and obviously a range where I min-raise call. I think you kind of want to have an idea of what you want to do with your absolute best hands, and then pair them with some bluffs, and think of how often you have those best hands. So, like, if I decide that I just want to min-raise with only jacks plus an ace king, that's what, 16, 6, 12, 8, 28, however many combos that is, 30-something combos, whatever. So that's such a small part of my opening range that I'm just going to pair them with some bluffs. Some like ace 10 off, king jack off, stuff like that, that the cards kind of match up, but I don't want to be all in with them. And then just kind of play my range like that. There are hands that just really benefit from being all in, like small pairs and, offsuit aces.
10 bigs go in the middle for Jeremy with the queen 8 of clubs, and Kyle has folded the small blind. This shove, of course, from
He
the button
called
by
that
Jeremy.
Yesterday with this.
Trey with 7-6, and gonna give a little speech before he folds.
Yeah. Jeremy called I think it was 11 big blind. Shove with 7-6 suited. It was not a head.
Was the 6-7? Was that? Oh, I did make a big call with 6-7. I almost derailed myself there.
You tried to fuck yourself.
Yeah.
I had to do push-ups
We
because
tried
of
the
that
power
call.
limping. It didn't work.
Well,
No, it got me good
No,
because
it's
then
fine.
he doubled through me again immediately after that.
I made my mom watch. My mom's watching.
oh, sorry, Mom.
Jeremy hanging tough. He's one double from having roughly the same stack as Trey. He's down at queen deuce.
25.
Couple of trays here for Kyle on the button. Raise to 2.5x.
They will watch later, though.
One makes the call. Hey, we could just say hi to mom.
Philip will defend the big line with 8-7. And flop an open ender.
One checks.
This is a board where Philip can lead and just like kind of put a lot of pressure on Kyle here because Kyle really wants to outlast Jeremy here.
30.
But he's going to go with the check raise, I would imagine.
30,000 is the bet from Kyle. See how Philip wants to proceed with his open ender.
You can check call too, but that doesn't really seem like Philip's style. But I was wrong again. Check call.
Turn jack of diamonds and two very quick checks. We'll see a river.
Regardless of this river, I would expect Philip to bet it. And again, I'm wrong.
Welcome to the club, Bones. I've been wrong so many times in this room. But
Yeah.
Kyle will take it down
Only
with
trades
two
when he has them.
threes,
They're just
and
threes.
pretty meaningful pot for him, up to 362,000.
Definitely.
Guys, don't pay your term pest control bill here.
Got a gnat stalking you.
Give a quick
Oh, I played that
reminder,
bad.
as we haven't shown the payouts since Winston
I shouldn't.
No, you played it
left us. All
beautifully.
these
I just
players have
played it
locked
bad.
up 43.85. There is the
hand
2K pay jump we talked about a bit earlier. Of course,
But I didn't.
14-2 up top.
Occasionally too, so
Yeah.
I feel like I'm getting attacked now.
You don't know that's the house fly here. You talk shit, he's gonna try to fuck you up.
Shit fucked me up in the first 30 minutes of the game.
7 calls 10,000.
Under the gun
Should've
limp
check
with
raised
King
and then
Jack
had synced
and
them on.
Trey.
9 makes us 50.
Waking up with the Ace Jack suited on the button will make the raise to 50K.
Ooh.
And Philip waking up with queens.
As active as Philip has been, this is going to be tough for Trey.
1 makes it 150.
Although,
You guys do not like
yeah,
my inducing limping.
and this is a tough spot for Trey.
Fill that out of the playbook.
Although Philip isn't really. Is it a call? Okay. Philip,
What are we playing?
while he's
Not much.
he's aggressive, he has been kind of choosing the single raise pots to go after. He hasn't really been 3-betting a ton, although he did 3-bet those 4s.
King 5-7, one overcard to Phillips queens, and he just immediately puts
Yeah.
Trey all in.
As big as that pot was, it's only third pot.
Yeah.
He's probably just got to take his lumps if Trey has a king. Very surprised Trey called this 3-bet. Maybe he just decided that he was going to stack off on a bunch of boards and get to fold the one he likes to fold, which I guess would be this, which really sucks to fold when you have a backdoor flush draw and an overcard. Very, very tough spot pre-flop for Trey. Like, your hand is just so good, but playing pots against Philip is just so bad.
Yeah, flies on you now.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have bet on the
Sink 'em,
call
sink 'em.
pre-flop. I would have
Get him to make the wrong
assumed
decision. Get him to
fold
make the
or
wrong
all
decision.
in was the move, but
Well,
here we are.
So I
Oh, push
I want to say that. Okay, I'll
Wow.
just call the action here.
Wow.
Yeah, we're all in, and Trey going to need some help in the form of backdoor spades or an ace. Obviously, some straight outs. However, Philip blocking.
Honestly, the way that Trey runs,
Majority of that.
this is still a flip. Like, this is like the 10 of spades every day. One turn. Okay, never mind.
8 of diamonds.
Just wrong all day.
One of 3 remaining aces. Keep Trey's night alive and does
Yeah.
not come.
Last
And
step of the
Philip just steamrolling at this point, up 1.1 million in his stack. And Trey,
You know I'm not
always great to
bluffing.
have him on stream. Of course, we saw him with the massive win in the circuit event main earlier this year for over 300,000, and he will take home 43.85 for his efforts in this 1K buy-in.
So, about the Jeremy is somewhere on the ground. Yep. So the call. So okay, if he jams pre-flop, Trey jams pre-flop, Philip is literally never folding. He can't fold. So there's no real point to jamming if there's ever boards that you can fold post-flop. So if the board is like 4, 5, 6 of hearts, he can just fold that and save his last 10 blinds.
You're under the gun
But
and you're
like
done,
with the overcard, with
get all those titles.
the backdoor flush draw, like, it's a disaster if Philip has 10s and he folds. So I think that he allows himself to have a few folds on just like the really, really bad boards by calling, and then he's just decided, like, I'm just going to stick it in when I'm just like not stone dead versus a bunch of his range. Obviously, it's the king high boards are definitely better for the 3-better, but like, he has enough equity, and Philip has like 10s, jacks, 9s, enough that he can just put it in and just be sad about it. Which, I mean, that's how it is a lot of these times. Is like, you're just kind of forced to put it in, and like, you'd rather have a. When I say sad, like, you'd just rather have a better spot to put it in, but you're just gonna have to.
Philip picks up another pot in the meantime, and of course we are 3-handed here. Philip with the overwhelming chip lead. Jeremy, 10 bigs and change.
And this is kind of highlights what I was talking about earlier, how Winston, when there were five stacks, and Philip covers everybody by a good amount, and Winston and Trey are like the second and third stack. How much it sucks for them to play pots with Philip, and how much it sucks to play pots versus covering stacks, because like, had they played these spots against Jeremy, like, they lose the pot, but like they're still in the tournament. It's just really, really bad to play pots against covering stacks in tournaments when you are the middle stacks.
Race to 22K by Kyle. He's got a couple of 4s.
Can we see the payouts real quick?
Payout reminder forthcoming.
Okay, so there's a $3,100 bubble here.
Jeremy makes the call on the big blind with the 7-6, and bottom set for Kyle.
Another one of those elusive sets.
believe he's the only player to have flopped a set tonight.
I would expect. It's like if Jeremy was deeper, this would be a board he could lead. He might just go one big.
5 makes it 16,000.
Will do.
Goes just a touch over a big. And Kyle just rips it with his set and quick head shake of Jeremy. He'll lay it down.
So now Philip's in a really great spot where he can just put a ton of pressure on Kyle.
Could you break that for me, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, I suppose it goes without saying Kyle has to play extraordinarily tight in pots versus Philip. With Jeremy with 6 bigs. Queen 3 suited on the button. Philip will fold. 8-6 for Jeremy in the small blind.
Quite surprised to see Philip fold that hand. It's a hand where, like, if Jeremy shoves, he can call it off, and it's fine. Queen 3 off, I would definitely imagine would fold.
Jeremy going to limp. Kyle looks down at 9-7. And we'll check. Monotone 10 high board. Jeremy with the only diamond.
Let's see if Jeremy puts one big blind in here. Yeah.
Does just that. And gets a fold. Jeremy fighting hard on the short stack for a while now.
Absolutely.
Question is, does he do push-ups on his own bust out? Are you exempt at that point?
I'll admit, I did not do push-ups on my bust out. Honestly, I'm kind of ashamed that I didn't. Especially, Jeremy busted me. I'm kind of embarrassed that I didn't. But
well, you were nice enough to come over to me and let me know that you would be here today. So you know, you did at least one good thing.
Yeah.
All in for Jeremy. He's got ace-4, and Philip looks down at Jack-6 in the big blind.
I would say that Jack-7 suited I would call off here. That seems close.
Folds, and Jeremy once again
I should run that
with
exact
10
spot,
bigs.
'cause Jack-6 off.
Yeah, that's not good.
I think you just let that one go.
Yeah, good fold.
Oh, we're going to 6-12 next. I'll need these.
Six-five suited for Kyle. He will raise the button to 22,000. Philip folding the Jack-4. Jeremy Jack-9 offsuit.
I think I would defend here. You have a hand that you can flop a pair and happily stack off with. I might have even let the 6-5 suited go here. You're going to get 3-bet a fair amount and don't want to play pot versus Philip. And you're against the range that can just, like I said, flop a pair and put it in your face. You kind of want to be a bit deeper with these kind of hands.
Ace-8 for 2 spades, and Kyle with a gut shot just rips it. Jeremy quickly folds.
Structure is good in this tournament.
Yeah, I agree.
This is the first. I mean, obviously it's a deeper stack, but it's like we have this many big blinds even at the final table, even at the last 2 tables.
Yeah.
Kind of
Players complimenting the structure we talked about earlier. A lot of play in this tournament.
Yeah, I think there were like 7 hours of late reg, which I'm generally not a fan of. But in the smaller fields, I like it just because kind of get some more people in there.
One makes it 25,000.
What's your bullet strategy?
I like to show up on time, and if I play the first bullet, if
I know what Jeremy's rooting for.
I think my strength is generally playing deeper.
Something
So
almost
if
unrealistic.
I am somewhere close to max late reg,
I'm just trying to get all the
I'll
chips.
consider that.
Y'all do
If
what
I'm
you
still
wanna
like
do.
a few hours out and I'm like I'm not feeling it or whatever, then I'll just call it a day. But I generally like to be there at the start.
I
I think
hope
I play
so.
my best. I think
I am, but we'll see.
it's where my advantage would be, playing deeper, and I think that I personally play best when I accumulate a stack rather than when I just pop in at the last minute and have like 17 bigs or whatever and try to spin it up. That's generally not
You're
not
making
something that
Jeremy
works very
happy
well for
right
me.
now.
Oh, you check raise. Interesting.
Top 2 pair for Philip, and Kyle going to river a pair of queens.
Yeah, that queen kind of bailed him out.
Nice, man.
You started worrying me there. I was like, fucking. Pair the
Philip
board
going to
in
win
some way
another
or the
one.
other,
He's up
please.
over 1.3 million. Yeah, I kind of
I
have
was telling the truth. I
similar
was
thoughts
hopefully
about
taking it about
tournaments as someone who
Top
probably
2.
plays 95% cash. I like to enter early when the things are deeper. It's just I'm much more accustomed to playing with more big blinds.
I know you're not.
Tussle with you.
I trust me. I saw
Hey,
you.
what?
check
Didn't
raise
ask
me
if
there.
we get to button limp with Annie.
And if I wasn't as strong, it would have worked.
I
two's pretty
don't
good, though.
do it as a part of my game. I'm sure that there are strategies out there that have it.
All in?
It's just not one that I personally have.
All in, 7 folds.
Jeremy all in with queen 6 suited. Kyle folds. Philip looks down at 9-7 and lets out a sigh.
If it was suited, it'd be a snap.
The cool thing about poker is that
I'll let you get mildly
if you have a
stronger.
well thought
Wait,
out
and I'll get a stronger
strategy
hand.
that has some balance to it,
9-7 off.
it's fine. Like whatever you want to do, it's
Suited,
fine.
it's a snap.
You just need
yes.
to understand each of the actions that you're taking and what the benefits are,
blundered
and
with
then
that
build your
hand
strategy
earlier in
around
the
that.
tournament,
And if you
9-7.
execute it well,
9-7 to diamond.
you know you can have a button limping
Diamonds that you-
strategy. I
you
can
got-
have a
you'd have
strategy
yourself a
where
customer
I'm
by
shoving
9-7
everything,
diamonds.
Looks so nice.
or I'm shoving a lot of things from 15 big blinds on, and the EV will probably be close if we both execute perfectly. But the key to any strategy is to
1.2.
be able to execute it perfectly, or execute it well. A well-executed strategy
He's like, how easy is it
that
going to be for him to call?
has slightly less EV than a complex strategy that might gain a little more EV,
It's the
but it's
hand that
difficult
busted my
to
kings
implement.
in the main on
The
day
simple
1.
strategy is always going to win out. You're just
told
not
me
going
that
to
hand.
make the mistakes
Did
that you do in a complex
I
strategy.
don't think I did. I thought about it twice before I said it.
Heads up here between Philip
If I
and
did, then
Jeremy.
you would know,
Philip
not
with
to
a
go
pair
too
of
crazy on this board.
6s and the best hand.
11,000. 5 bets 11.
Jeremy betting
I must have not told you.
a touch over
Or you must be
1/3
misremembering.
pot.
Alright, one makes
Call from Philip. Jeremy down to 60K in his stack, and Philip turns trips and has the check mark. Unfortunate spot here for Jeremy.
Jeremy is really kind of taking advantage of these very small
Didn't
one big
remember
blind
that.
stabs.
5 check. 1 bets 50,000.
Nice hand.
Yeah, definitely not something I'm used to seeing at these final tables, but like I said earlier, he's hung very tough on this short stack.
Yeah, and again, like in single raise pots, these one big blind stabs, they can be effective to just fold out all the nonsense that your opponent has. And, you know, there's not that much room. If you have 6 big blinds or 7 big blinds, you don't really have room to bet half pot. And, you know, the key is, in poker in general, you want to have as many decision points as possible if you think that you have an edge. And betting small allows him to have more decision points.
5 folds.
More ways to navigate.
7 makes the call.
You know.
Surprised you won a battle.
I don't care.
Got a
Yeah, I
raise
know.
from Philip with King
So I guess
4
I'm not
suited.
surprised you
Kyle
won a
makes the
battle.
call with 10-6 suited and flops a flush. And Philip stone dead on the flop. Tough to do.
Would really like to see a slow play here. Nice.
Bet and just a call from Kyle.
See if Philip barrels here with his gutter, trying to fold out these one spade hands. I think a lot of players kind of bail out here and shove in Kyle's spot, but I think I really just kind of like inducing.
65? The age I like my women? Is that another Chevy Chase reference? Oh. God, look
Does
at you
rip
split
it,
his entire day
and
up.
Philip gonna have to
I
let
don't
the
think I can
king
call, but how
four
much is it?
That much.
go
Let's get
here.
a rough estimate.
Send to the dealer.
Question in the chat about the
I do have outs.
14 blinds for first.
yeah.
I wouldn't call yours
What are the
outs.
payouts? We'll show the payouts here after the likely fold from Philip.
I think I'm gonna let you down on this one, Jeremy, but
And birthday gift. And Easter gift.
the turn was good for me.
And I definitely get the desire to shove here. If you think that your opponent is just going to check back a bunch of rivers and you want to make sure that you stack an ace or stack like
I will call it 300.
king, jack with a jack of spades, something like that.
297? It'll be at about 400 if I fold this.
What do you guys, is that right?
All right, I fold.
Philip does make the
No
fold,
bluff?
and here's a
I've been
payout
showing.
reminder.
It's good for the game. Oh, it's good for the game.
These four
I don't want to look at it in 30 minutes.
locked up 43.85 a bit
Ah.
ago, and
I don't care
14-2 up
enough.
top.
I don't want to get too theoretically deep on this, but I just want to respond
I
to
believe you.
Denton here, asking, doesn't betting small give less decision points?
I think even
in
Jeremy had the
cash
ace of
where
spades in that hand.
EV is close between polar and range bet, you see strongest players opt for the polar. What you're talking about is just an increase in EV. It's not necessarily an increase in decision
No,
points.
he was
Or the,
yeah.
the deeper the stacked pot ratio, the more decision points there are. There's more room for raises on each street. There's more room for more decisions. They choose the higher EV, like you said, because you think opponents are going to respond worse. But you decrease the amount of decisions that they have to make. And like imagine you bet 2x pot on every street, you're going to have probably 2 decisions to make. If
Now you're
you
checking
have
deucing, still
normal
didn't work.
stacked pot ratios, if you bet quarter, you have rooms for raises, 3
I
bets,
tried checking deuce again.
all sorts of stuff. So it depends on stack depth. It depends on the ranges and how you expect your opponents to respond. But
All
if
you had
you know
to do
people
was,
are folding to one
check
big
and I
blind
would've bet
bets,
for you.
No, I
that's
didn't want that. 'Cause then
that's
I
the dream when you have 6 big blinds. Like you risk the minimum
enjoy my big
to
blind.
win the pot, and the pot is very important to you.
What do we got there?
Kyle wins a pot there with a couple of deuces.
Oh my. 15-minute break. I don't
And
think we're gonna
he's
do
got
a break.
473. Jeremy
Yeah, let's take an hour-long break.
down to
before
5.5
we go ahead.
bigs.
Sounds like a red card suggestion.
At a place this search.
Kyle with ace king on the button.
Also, in polar spots, you generally don't expect to have many raises. You're not going to face many raises, so you're just inherently going to have few decision points.
Kyle raises the ace king to 25K. Philip calls with 9-8. Jeremy
Five makes the call.
making the
Didn't
call
see
from
that
the
one
big
coming.
blind as well for
We are going to flop.
the majority of his remaining chips.
Yeah.
And flops top pair, but top for Kyle.
I'm all in.
And this definitely not a spot Jeremy going to be able to get away from. Outkicked, and we're going to be looking for a 10.
Gonna need some spades.
Yeesh.
No, actually, no spades. Yeah. Gonna need a 10.
10 starts the comeback. Either way, it's push-ups.
I gotta do the whole I'm walking away like it's gonna happen.
Well, you can't walk away.
I know, but it works.
Does it?
Yes.
Deuce of spades on the
Still starts
turn,
comeback.
and We're a 10 away from a heads-up match between Kyle and Philip, and 10 does not come.
Good plan, brother.
Jeremy fought as hard as he could with the short stack for what feels like an eternity, but ultimately no way he can get away from top pair there, so he will go home with 63-15.
How do we feel about a quick bathroom break and then no other breaks?
I would love Floor in the stream.
I would love
And it sounds like the
and color
final two players, Philip and Kyle, have negotiated a quick break, and then we'll come back for heads-up play, and no breaks to follow. So
Heads up.
Bones and I will take a quick break. I'm Kyle Frisbee here
No.
in Austin, Texas at TCH
I've got
Social with you
1.3
tonight.
of
We
the
will
1.3
hop back on as soon as we
1.6,
see
roughly.
heads-up play resume.
Don't be complacent. You probably got it. But
Most poker players are trying to make money at poker the hardest way possible. They buy in, sit down, and try to beat the table. But there's another way to make money around poker. Learn to deal. True Poker Dealer is helping players learn this skill, and Texas Card House is supporting this initiative because there's a real need for more dealers, especially with the WSOP circuit event coming in September. If you already love poker, dealing puts you in the middle of the action. You see every hand, every player, every decision, and you start to understand the game from the other side of the table. Poker doesn't have to be something you only spend money on. It can be a skill that pays you back. You know the game, now run it. The next class starts July 20th and spots are limited. Sign up now.
Kyle, we color up a little bit. Okay, yeah.
Heads up. Heads up. Final two.
But here's the problem with coloring up. We're going to 6, 12, 12. No, I'm just talking out loud. Like, none of this makes sense. I wanted a pee break real quick. You know what? Might as well shoot the decks while they're on doing it. Kyle's got to come over and get chip counts. We're going to move them. So, how do we want to move them? How does that work? You just do it really quick. We'll just, yeah, we'll do it before we start. I want to let him color up first. And then, isn't it? I think he's doing a little bit of a discretionary. I think.
Are they going to color up a little
I
bit?
think a little bit, yeah. And then we're gonna move you guys to like the outside, just so it's.
Love it.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. He's got 550K.
Yeah, I'll get chip counts in so we get them up too. Yeah.
Cool. I think I should have like a 2.5 to 1, roughly.
All right, we got 80, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. We got 100, 200, 300, 400, 500.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
And you want me to move out to what, like seat?
3 seat. We're
seat
gonna go 3 and 7. Yeah.
3 and 7?
Yeah, I'll move over here.
I like my chair.
3 and 7. Yeah. Nah, 3 and 7 is fine on the outside. Just because Phil's in the 1, so it was like it's tight.
This looks better, anyways.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him. I was waiting for the color up. Oh, we got any chips over there?
I'll tell you in just a second.
He's gonna give me a count real quick.
5.
Say again?
7, 8. There's 9. 1 million. $1,060,000, 64,000.
1 million. What's that on?
Is that heavy? Let's see. Yeah. 1,060,000.
This is 1 million. This is
1.1.
1.1. 1.1, and this is what gets me.
60, 70, 80,
Sorry, 85.
90,
1.1,
85.
1.185.
Yeah. 1.185.
Yeah. Check. 1,185,000.
Heads up is my specialty, so we'll see.
1,185,000.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
And we can do some subtraction and see if that
Let's
is
go
probably
down.
correct.
Yeah. They're always really close. We only lose a 2. You can guess when we lose, all right?
Yeah.
Color ups?
Yeah. Yeah. A couple hundred here, a couple thousand there.
Yeah. That's all. I can't really think about math right now. I think this is 100. 400. 500. 536. Sorry, 540. What am I like special? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 40. 55. 556.
We have more chips than the chip count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 40, 550, 556 for sure here.
5, 6, 7,
What are we,
8,
a little bit over, like 100?
9, 10. I think we overcounted about 100K. Five, 6.
620, 645, right?
Yeah, wherever you want.
645, 945, 950, 1 point.
Really on around here and then shave it and then we'll compromise with it.
900.
Same character.
This is a million. Right? We can agree on
Yep,
that?
yep.
Okay, we can just agree on that. Let's go here. 1 million. That's 20,000. We agree.
1,025,000.
25. 1,050,000. 1,085,000.
So we've said 1.185, so we're 100K.
1,085,000. You're absolutely right.
That should put us at roughly the right number.
Perfect.
So I'm about
Yes.
1.1 to just under 6. So I'm about 2 to 1 advantage. This will be an interesting heads up because I don't think he really knows heads up. So he'd be opening like crazy numbers and defending weird. And
Yeah.
sometimes I actually prefer to play people who know how to play heads up.
You can say that, and I would never agree. It just because all you gotta do is find it, right? Once you find that what they don't know,
Yeah.
you just exploit it. So like you'd rather them not know because then it's easier to get things. But sometimes it does feel like the other way, right?
Yeah.
No, predictability does lie some safety in how people do things. So
Having a rough idea of his framework
there you
is
go.
helpful. Then you
Yes.
just apply the layers of who the person is.
Yes.
But if the framework,
Situationally.
if the scaffolding hasn't even been purchased yet, it's like, what the fuck are we building here?
Yes. We could be building a leaning tower for all we know. Yeah. Something crazy. That's funny.
Okay, if I multi-table on the satellite too?
Not only was it okay, I prefer it. I'll pay for half your buy-in. No.
Sick. All right, you guys ready? Ready to
Bring all the cash on the table, right?
It's 2026. It's like checks and wires and stuff, bro.
All right, y'all. 5, 10, 10 coming back. We are going to skip that next break coming up. Good luck.
Great, thank you. At this point going forward, can we just, like, if either one of us needs to take a bathroom break, we just discuss it? Take 90 seconds. You good with that?
You can go from here to the bathroom, pee, and come back in 90 seconds. I want to see that.
90 seconds? For 100% I can do it in 90 seconds.
Dude, what do you have, like, the biggest urethra ever and just...
5, 10, 10?
How long are you peeing for?
All right. There's a button, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Dude,
Yes. I got you,
Just
bro.
ask me.
Yeah, I got you. All
right.
Now let's make sure that we deal to the right person first, right?
Yes.
I did, right? This is fun, because usually I see him shot at. I haven't played
Playing out's fun. Playing out's fun.
And looks like we're back to the action. Heads up play ensues. Philip and Kyle here
One's going to fold. Not one, whatever it is.
Just like that?
Yep.
playing for the trophy and $14,200.
Kyle's
Kyle going to win the first heads up pot with Jack 4 suited.
So, I think the first thing that you always want to notice when you play heads up is what is your opponent's
just
button
under
strategy.
1.1 to just under 6.
Some
right?
people have raise folds, or some people raise or fold. Some people limp.
It's not going to, but it can.
Some people limp 100%.
absolutely can.
So seeing that Philip folded Jack 3 off there.
Your lips to God's ears. He's
Now
already
you
listened.
know that if I was Kyle, I'd recognize that he does fold some hands from the button, which means that when he does put chips in the pot, he's going to be less likely to have. He's going to strengthen his range a little bit. He's going to be less likely to have like the bottom of the deck, so to speak.
Recheck.
25.
25,000 from the 7.
I want to say that Philip just played a 25K heads up event. I think it was an invitational.
We'll see.
So he's definitely got some heads up experience. And I would imagine that he's looking to kind of take advantage of that.
7 makes it 55.
Seems like the type of guy that would have done a lot of study before a 25K heads up event.
Yeah. And definitely, you know, it's good to have some experience heads up. You know, if you just play cash mostly, or just, you know, play some bigger field tournaments, you're just not going to get the heads up reps.
The first one out of the stable.
That someone, you know, who plays heads up or
You can be the
plays a
you
lot
can
of
be the hare, I'll
tournaments
be
like
the
online
tortoise.
is going to have.
I don't like how that story ends. That'd be
I
good
do.
to me.
Can I have another 10, please? Can I have another 10?
Oh, did I not do it? I forgot.
That's okay.
Does heads up still hold a special place in your heart as one of your bread and butter games to get your poker career started?
It always will. I think it's heads up no limit is just it's my favorite form of poker. I think it's, you know, the purest, and I think that, you know, there's a lot of theory, but, you know, unless you're playing Doug, then I think you can just figure out what your opponent is doing and do your best to counter that. You know, have strong fundamentals and then try to figure out your opponent's patterns and tendencies, and then try to take advantage of that.
Seems fair.
7 makes the call.
No, there's definitely limps in adds up tournaments, especially because there's an ante.
7 checks.
Is there still a full ante? There's still a full big blind ante. So I would never fold a hand in heads up with a full big blind ante. You're just getting too good of a price. And most people aren't complete maniacs that are just going to punish all of your limps. So I would limp. I would probably take a few minutes before heads up started and come up with, decide what part of my range I wanted to limp,
What'd you fold? I'll
how
tell
I
you.
wanted to balance it, and
You're not
what part I
good.
wanted to raise with. And then when I see how my opponent is responding, I would adjust that. If someone is 3-betting me a ton, I'm going to limp a lot more. If someone is almost never 3-betting, then I'm just going to raise everything.
We get 10, 10 Philip
And just
my
take
bid.
advantage of my pre-flop fold equity and
Yes.
the fact that I'm just not getting 3-bet and punished. And I'll just get to play the rest of the hand in position with a bigger pot. And I'm like, you mentioned I played heads up for a living for a few years. This was all pre-solver
7 makes
and
25,000.
not a ton of theory. I mostly just try to every person I played, I tried to figure out. I had my own like kind of set of tricks, and then I tried to figure out how I wanted to take advantage of them.
I think you said last time, figure out where they're making the biggest mistakes and try to get them into that spot as much as you could.
Yep. If they are, not check raising enough, then I'm just going to raise every hand, see bet every hand, and then understand what that does to their range. If they're not defending against check raises, and you kind of. They're not terribly deep, but you do want to get to some showdowns. And there's kind of this thing in heads up where whoever
he's the only player there that
whoever gets off to a hot start is going to have like kind of an informational advantage, whether it is through showdown or through they're going to when they fold the river after taking some action pre-flop, you can kind of understand that they just have a certain part of their range that's not there, and figure out what that means. Kind of reverse engineer it.
7 checks.
Philip raises with a real hand, king queen, but Kyle outflops him with the jack deuce and bottom pair.
3 bets 20.
Checks over to Philip, who c-bets.
Call from the 7.
Kyle makes a call.
Heads up.
6 of clubs on the turn.
Check from the 3. Bitter river.
And 8 of clubs on the river. Backdoor clubs do make their presence felt. And a bet from Kyle. Bets half pot, slightly over.
It's hard to find hands that are worse than king queen here.
Nice hand.
I think my
some respect there.
thought on the river would be it would be between raise and fold.
Say my name.
Put some respect on my name.
How do you feel about the half pot bet from Kyle with the deuces there?
Too thin.
It feels a bit thin.
Oh, we're going to
maybe
I
afraid to get raised if he goes with a block size.
I don't think I would. I don't think I would block there. I think I would just check call. It's very tough to not have small bets out of position. It's really tough to execute a good strategy. Half pot. If you're not used to thinking about bet sizing, both in full ring and in heads up, half pot is a very easy default, and people think that it's kind of a catch-all, and I think it's really good to just make sure you have 2 sizes and understand what hands you want to pair with those sizes.
7 checks.
Kyle's pair of 7s, good if we get to showdown. Philip turned a pair of 3s and makes a wager. It's like 65,000.
He's going to go with pot here. And I don't think I could ever
only have to have 5
check this hand down and fold it.
I don't believe you.
Well, there is a way to find out.
Yeah, 30 minutes from now.
It'll be too late by then, though. You won't be able to use any of that info.
I'm still going to watch it.
Bathroom breaks are only 90 seconds.
If you could use the restroom and watch in 90 seconds, that would be...
I didn't want to look back on my cards. I thought I had a club.
Uh-huh.
I hammered the turn.
I would imagine that Kyle doesn't have a ton of experience heads up.
Yeah.
But
and it's definitely a different animal than playing full ring.
It's 6, 12, 12 now. Oh.
Thank you.
My bad. My bad.
Two to 1 chip lead for Philip, but we have definitely seen those evaporate quite quickly. Can trade places in a single hand.
Denton, in a full ring game, I generally play a single size against strong opponents. I think single size is easiest to implement on the flop.
With 40 minutes levels, this is deep.
I was 50 bigs.
Definitely play multiple sizes on the
I'm
river, sometimes on the turn, depending on
I'm in no rush.
what I think of that particular player.
I got nothing to do.
And then, but against people who I think will make mistakes, then I'll obviously have multiple sizes.
Trying to see what the next raise is. So 12.
have me trying to replay Bones hands in my head.
Yeah. I definitely have different on the Wednesday game. I definitely have different strategies for different players.
That seems like a good strategy.
Yeah. Wow, we could have a lot of action here.
Both players with a club draw. Kyle with the better of it and a pair.
I would, based on what I think of Kyle, I would expect him to check raise this flop. Maybe I'm just wrong again. No, he's going to go for it.
Check raise comes in. Looks like 75,000. Quick call from Philip. And Big Pot Brewing, 222.
There's a lot of turns
in the middle
where they could just get in.
Four of spades. Kyle immediately looks at his chips.
I would probably play a check call here as Kyle. I think there are some hands that you sometimes want to have with your flush draws. You kind of want to have them in your check call range.
Trip sixes for Kyle. Going to make him feel much better. He goes with a check on the river. 392 in the middle, and Philip with just jack high. What are you doing if you're Philip here? This is kind of has to feel like he needs to bet to have any chance of winning.
Sorry, 104.
Most of the time.
So
104.
the problem is you have the cards that you want him to have.
Oh, there's no calling.
Oh God. I don't think I would ever tell someone that there's no calling and then raise. Yeah. That's
seems strong.
That's never been a bluff in the history of histories.
What is it? Pull out the 104.
Kyle's all in and gonna take the chip lead after this hand no matter what happens. Philip obviously not calling off with jack high here.
Yeah, Philip's gonna give us some time to talk about whatever else.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, so I would kind of choose this hand on the turn to check call. Like I said, just because you want to have some flush draws in your range, so someone can't just like bomb it on you when the flush comes in.
100, 200,
You also want to
200,
punish his floats, and you have a hand that can win at showdown when it goes check,
20s, right?
check.
Yeah.
I think this is like I'd rather keep barreling with Philip's hand on the turn if Kyle had it than Kyle's hand. And I know that's kind of counterintuitive because like pair plus flush draw is definitely a stronger hand than just naked flush draw. But it's kind of a balance between having showdown value and having the bluff where you want other people to fold. Like when you have the queen six here, like what are you trying to fold out? Are you trying to fold out like pocket tens? That's probably not going to fold. Whereas if you have the jack high flush draw, are you trying to fold out like an 8, a 6, a pair, some of the backdoor spades that, like, say he has like ace 10 of spades, you want to fold those out? I'm glad you guys are.
You just got called a legend.
Yeah, that feels kind of weird. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. I definitely enjoy talking poker, and it's kind of cool. I have played at TCH pretty much since its inception. I think I might have been on the first stream, and yeah, it's always nice to come back here and be on the stream, whether it's playing or talking.
Open ender for Kyle. Just 9 high for Philip. Kyle bets 80K. Quick fold from Philip.
And I don't want to not acknowledge that Kyle's taking the chip lead here, and when he started at a 2-1 deficit, and while it Jesus Christ, oh, sorry, that's a huge jug.
He's very hydrated.
Yeah, I see that. He's gonna need a bathroom break in about 15 minutes. It's while I would imagine Philip has quite a bit more heads-up experience than Kyle. It's really cool to see Kyle, kind of take the chip lead. And he's definitely, he's had the hands to do it. So,
yeah, just the third chip leader we've had. It was Trey early, then Philip took it, and Kyle for the first time now. That was Reckless Ron calling you a legend. Reckless Ron making a recent final table on stream.
Nice.
Good to have him in chat.
I remember playing a home game with Ron. Geez, probably almost 15 years ago. Yeah. I've always enjoyed playing with Ron. He's a fun guy to be at the table with.
That's 25.
So the ace-10, in a cash game, that's a pure 3-bet, but you can definitely call, especially if you aren't terribly comfortable playing pots out of position. And we've seen a lot of these guys, their lines against Philip have been
That is 65K.
to induce him to put in a bunch of chips in the pot. And ace-10 is definitely a hand where, like, you can flop top pair and have him put in a bunch of money
Good pocket
with
aces there.
worse.
You played that incorrectly, sir.
Nice double barrel there by Philip.
Takes it down, regains the chip lead, but effectively a dead heat at this juncture. Quick final reminder before we get to our champion playing heads up here for about $5,000. And as you predicted, Bones, not one whisper of a chop.
No, this is just, I would not expect, not in this tournament. First is only 14 buy-ins. It's different if they are, it's different like the main event or whatever, where they're playing heads up for, 100 buy-ins or something like that. That's, more reasonable. But generally, if you're in position to play a 1K tournament, you're playing, right now they're playing heads up for 5K or 5,500 or whatever. Like that's not really something that, I would consider. And I would expect anybody else to consider.
The variance of 5K is going to make or break anybody's year or
and
month.
like, to be honest, like, what are they going to do? They're going to chop it and play for 1,500 or something like that. I don't
Play
see
a lot
that.
of heads up.
Not recently, to be honest, because like I said, I do usually the smaller tournaments.
Yeah.
And they always ICM.
Philip digging for a little info.
The biggest stack is like maybe 15 bigs,
Yeah. Heads up has become my absolute favorite game.
Back in the day, like, remember when you could, like, Poker Stars and all that, we just do heads up?
Yeah.
I love that. Cool.
They're kind of talking about their heads up experience there.
Yeah, you can still play. I play a lot on Club WPT. They've got a really good one.
Top pair for Philip and bottom pair for Kyle.
That's 25.
I do have to say, not what you want to hear when you're heads up to win a tournament, that your opponent's favorite thing is heads up poker.
That's 65. That is 65.
65,000 is the bet. Half pot by Philip. Kyle.
I'll be honest, I would say that if I'd never played a hand at heads up poker, I would say that I love heads up, just to try to intimidate my opponent.
Yeah, seems like a good strategy, whether true or not. And River's a 10, bringing in a 4-liner to a king.
What a good
I was just about to say, this is a really good bluff card. He has the stone bottom of his continue range here. So he has, that's one way to kind of think about when you're trying to decide if you want to bluff, is this the worst hand that I ever have here? And like, Jack no kicker is definitely the worst hand he's going to have here. He's going to have some flush draws. Right, so all the hands that were like 7 high flush draws are now there. The hands like King Jack that play the same way are there. If he's not 3-betting Ace 10, he's probably not 3-betting King Jack, maybe not King Queen. So he's going to have a bunch of kings in his range.
Could be wrong.
He can have like King 9 of
I don't think
spades.
you want me to call.
Yep. Let's listen to Philip go through his reasoning.
I was not bluffing.
Certainly sounds like he's leaning toward
Don't
calling.
beat the straight of the flush. What's in this pot? There's 100, 50, 200, 350. 100 to win 350.
It's a huge moment in the tournament right now.
Philip doing a little inventory.
He has a hand that is not great for calling. Does not have a heart.
What do you want? You want to call here? You want me to fold? What do you want me to do?
Flip a coin, whichever one.
It's a good idea. I'm going to go with that. I'm going to let you flip the coin.
Seems like a reasonable way to make the decision.
You choose which one. If you choose the ace, I call.
I'm not doing that. I want you to decide.
Which one? Which one?
Julia's not
Nobody?
going to do it.
Come on.
I'll do it. Pick the right
I
one.
want you let your conscience make your choice that you need to do.
Let's see if I've got a coin.
Oh, no.
All right. If the second hand is on this side, it'll be a call. It's fold.
Ooh. Lays it down, randomizes, and
Show the five
Kyle
of
going to get the
diamonds.
bluff through.
If I were there, I would show the 5 of diamonds.
It would have been more fun for the stream if you would have picked the card.
No, because then if I pick the wrong card, if I pick the wrong card, you fold. I want you to call.
I don't believe you.
Then you should have called.
I know.
Love
Really
the
nice.
gamesmanship.
Yeah, really nice play by Kyle there. His hand shows down for nothing. Decides that he has a really good bluff card. So huge props to Kyle there for finding that bluff. So the times you randomize are just kind of like, I think this is close. Whatever I default to live tells, default to blockers. But if I think that all those kind of add up to where like I think that I should call half the time and fold half the time, it's
Especially when
fine.
you're nervous.
I mean, you have to make the decision
I was so
somehow.
nervous on that hand. The deuce four.
I kind of like Kyle's strategy to not pick a card and try some way, somehow to make Philip make the decision on his own.
Yeah, see if you can get anything through that.
Stuck up back underneath the rail too.
They do. They do go under this rail.
I generally try to get my opponent to talk, and I have some things that I think are pretty good live tells, and I try to use them.
So excited to see if
especially
my
if someone is
instincts
willing
were
to talk to
correct or
me
not.
and telling me like, "Hey, I don't want to pick a card."
I mean, when you leave it to fate, like the time
That
clock,
kind of maybe would have called bluff, but I mean, obviously I can see the hand.
sometimes it does.
But just kind of that response. There's a few
Figured
things
you
in it
would
that
channel
I
the
think
correct decision
would
for me.
lead me towards calling, but again, I see the cards, so maybe my intuition leads me that way.
Big hand heads up. Kyle with 2 jacks
30.
and the chip lead. 9-7 off will make the call from Philip. Queen deuce tray, 2 diamonds.
40.
7-bet 40K.
Checking a quick bet and a quick fold, and we move on to hand 88. I want to thank all of you who've hopped in the chat tonight. Kyle Frisbee and Bones, as the chat pointed out, local legend here with us this afternoon for the 1K high roller of our summer series here at TCH Austin. Chef Philip Lee heads up with Kyle. Had a bit of a back and forth in terms of the chip lead. Kyle with another nice heads up hand. Ace-10 suited. It's going to 3-bet to 90K.
Philip's going to defend. So we've had no showdowns this heads up, by the way, which is always something to note, that they are only using deductive reasoning at this point to figure out the other person's strategy. We got a check call lead here. Oh no, I'm sorry, sold that again.
River's a 5, and Kyle's still good here with ace high.
Phil's going with the 0 equity bluff.
That is 75.
And then leading here. Interesting.
Kyle up over 1.1 million and more than a 2-to-1 chip lead over Philip.
Kiwi, best wishes from Austin. Hope things turn around for you.
Raised to 36.
Sizes up a bit here.
6 deuce finds the muck. We move on to the next one.
So I'm generally not a believer in momentum that much, except in heads up. Heads up, it's just, you can really feel it. You can really feel when you're spiraling, and you can really feel when the other person is spiraling. And, you know, it's very hard to kind of get in your own head and turn things around.
Raised to 30. Raised to 90.
Ace 5 for Philip and ace queen for Kyle, picking up some solid starting hands.
He really has, and as well as Kyle has played, you know, he's definitely got the better of the two starting hands. But you know, obviously he pulled off that great bluff with the Jack 5. I don't
Jack 9-9.
I don't want to, definitely don't want to diminish his play. He's playing outstanding, but you know, as far as Philip goes, it can be very frustrating when your opponent. And again, these hands have not gone to showdown, so as far as I can remember, no hands have gone to showdown.
Kyle rivers is straight and Philip with just ace high.
I would imagine he's just thinking about a bluff here. It's a 3-bet pot, or just thinking about bluff raising. 3-bet pot. He's just not going to have king 5 or whatever the stuff that he needs to have to call.
Philip gets out of the way, and Kyle now up 1.2 million in his stack. And Philip continuing to dwindle here.
This sucks. I've been here in the past, and you know, when you're playing online, you can like find some way to just like I'll usually just like pause and, you know, put on some music or do something. But like in a heads-up tournament, you just have no break.
The bullets just keep coming.
They really do, and you know, it goes so fast.
Open ender for Kyle.
They could definitely put some chips in here.
Middle pair for Philip.
30.
I can see Philip just being over it and taking a really aggressive line here.
Raised to 90.
Yeah.
Goes the aggressive route. He's raced to 90K.
I feel like psychologically, when someone is just winning all these pots without a showdown, you're just over it.
2 pair now for Philip, but front door diamonds.
Yeah, he doesn't care
do
at this
come in.
point. I would imagine if Kyle had a diamond, he would just shove here with his hand, but see, probably just take one off.
Makes the call, and 416,000 in the middle. Rivers a jack.
That's going to be a double up for Philip.
And, yeah, Kyle rivering top pair. Philip 2 pair, only 182 behind, 416 in the middle.
I don't really see any other way that this just doesn't go. Oh, wow. Let's see if...
Check, check.
You would have fucking called. God damn
Yeah.
it. God damn
Phil's
it.
gonna
You
be
would,
really
so you're
frustrated
the
there.
only hand that you actually would have called was worse.
I was loving that open-ended, and then I thought the jack might be good, but then I felt like
I
Yeah.
left
So
180 on the table.
So I think Philip is trying to get those hands that have the overcards that have 1 diamond to shove. I definitely understand it.
You just so rarely show up with just a naked jack.
Yeah.
That was not the way I designed that one.
And I get where he's coming from. Like, it's just so hard to have, for him to just have that jack. He's just going to have a lot of hands that he wants to bluff.
Philip back in business in his turn with a premium starting hand and all in nines versus ace king. We're gonna flip,
I think this will
and
make
Kyle,
the stream. Ace king versus nines.
the nines can hold. He's gonna be the champion.
Good race.
Little respectful fist pound.
Yep. They will basically swap stacks there. If
Ace in the window for Philip. One of two nines for Kyle, and does not come. And Philip going to get the double, as you said, Bones. Trading stacks. Now Philip back in the driver's seat.
that's how it goes sometimes. Huge momentum swing for Kyle. He
And I'm
definitely
really regretting
for
leaving
Philip,
that
excuse
180
me.
on the table.
He definitely needed it.
I was stepping
And
away.
Kyle's been playing great.
Thank you.
And this hopefully he
Plays
doesn't get too down
themselves.
on himself here.
75. 598.
Yeah, it can be a little bit of a shock to the nervous system when you know that you're
85. 95.
a coin flip away from winning a high roller. I'm not sure if Kyle's ever been in this particular spot before, but winning any tournament is a difficult undertaking. So
I think it puts us
hopefully he
back
can
where we
rebound
started.
after coming that
Just
close.
about. Yeah, I started at 1.1, so yeah.
All right.
But like you said, you had me down below where you had. You know what I mean? Like it goes fast.
Julia dealing some heat as usual.
Yeah, she
I'm big,
does.
right?
Yes.
Philip, 2 sevens.
48.
Race to 48.
Makes the raise to 48,000. Call from Kyle with 10-5 of spades.
Seems okay. You kind of want to play your suited hands. It
Believe
is a
it,
pretty big
baby.
part of the stack, but you definitely don't want to be folding suited hands on the button. I think I would have just raised and got jammed on and been sad and folded.
King, Jack, Jack. Philip checks over to Kyle, who checks back. Turn is a 6 of hearts. And river's a 10 for Kyle.
I'm at 25K.
Gonna go for some value.
That's value bet there.
Quick call from Philip, and he does pick up some additional value on the river.
Even though it's a small pot, there's definitely some momentum for Kyle. I think he's going to feel like he's, he's definitely had the slightly better cards, but he's been winning all the small pots. And I think in his head he's going to think that if I just keep chopping away, keep winning these small pots, like I just need to win one of these all-ins. And as far as Philip goes, I think that relieves a lot of frustration when you win that big flip and you're right back to where you were before. So I think both of them are feeling pretty good right now and probably refreshed despite the opening of the match.
Race to 30.
Jack 7 for Philip on the button. Will raise to 30,000. King deuce for Kyle. Makes the call. A7 tray rainbow. Middle pair for Philip.
It's 25.
Bets 1/3 pot and takes it down.
Very occasionally I play non-meaningful stakes on WPT, but don't have a ton of trust in online poker, and there's a lot of options for me live, so I pretty much just play on there when I don't want to come to the card room and just want to get some reps in, try out a few things. Mostly heads up PLO or, you know, very occasionally heads up no limit, but nothing to speak of. Just wherever I can get some quick action in while I'm watching TV or something.
30.
That is 30.
Kyle bets 30,000 and takes down another pot. Where do you like to play live other than Austin and Vegas? Any particular spots?
I don't play in Vegas anymore. I honestly, Austin's pretty much the only place I play.
Yeah.
I've just kind of reached a point in my life where if I'm somewhere out of town, I want to enjoy that time. And like, to me, the inside of a poker room, it's the same in the Venetian as Austin, as Barcelona or whatever. Like, I don't. If there's a dealer and there's 8 people around me sitting who are playing poker, like, it's the same thing. I'd rather, like, if I'm in Barcelona, I'd rather, be outside. If I'm, in Vegas, I'd rather be, I don't really want to be in Vegas, but sometimes I have to go there for football stuff. But
which I think has worked out pretty well.
It's been okay.
Yeah.
Gotta head back out there soon and do it again.
I won't repeat everything you just said, but I feel exactly the same way. A common question I get when people find out I play poker is the first question is, oh, so do you go to Vegas a lot?
Yeah.
And I have to do the explaining to them that Austin's a better place to play poker. Why would I do that? If I'm in Vegas, I'll go to the pool or find some other way to recreate.
The games are better. I like, no shade at people who live in Vegas, but
sure.
They can be not terribly interesting. You get a lot of people who are just staring at their iPad, watching movies, and it's fine. Yeah, you do what you want, but it's not terribly exciting for me. So I just kind of, when I'm on vacation, I like to be on vacation, and when I'm in Austin, I can play. Although occasionally I will go to San Antonio, but I don't think I would ever go to San Antonio as a vacation spot.
Ask Charles Barkley if you've seen those clips.
I have.
About the dirty little creek. Yeah. No offense to anybody watching from San Antonio. Nice town.
They got the big old women.
You did it. Kyle wins another small pot.
Yep. Heads up can have these lulls where you both get dealt Jack 3, 6-4, whatever, and you play small pots. But these pots do add up, though. If you're consistently winning the limited single raise pots, you're going to chip up a bit.
Ace, Queen, 6, 2 clubs, nobody with any piece. Philip, motivated to stab, and gets a fold before he can even carve out the bet.
Yeah, the jack high there, you can bet it just to try to not get bluffed and try to fold out hands that have 6 outs against you. I would expect a king to always call. I would expect a pair to always call. But you can just get fold from hands like 10-9 that may want to bluff. Or can just check down and beat you. And maybe occasionally someone folds king deuce, and you're really happy about that.
Nine, 6 for Philip on the button. He'll raise, and ace jack for Kyle. 3-bet comes in to 90,000.
Philip defended the 9-7 off earlier. I think it was 9-7. 9-7 or 8-7 off. See if he goes with the 9-6. I think can occasionally 4-bet. I feel like I've seen some sims where this 4-bets.
255.
4-bet comes in 255,000. And snap all in from Kyle.
I'm sure I've seen the Sims that were at 100 deep and not, how deep is Kyle? 50, yeah, 50, 45, something like that.
Yeah, reluctant fold from Philip, and we're basically even yet again. See the limestone trophy in the 5 seat for tonight's champion. I keep saying tonight. I'm used to it being at night. This is afternoon, actually.
Yeah.
But I'm glad to be in here. It's 105 degrees outside. If you're out there, stay cool.
35.
Raise to 35.
Kyle raising the button with 6-5 of clubs. Call from Philip with the 7-3, and Kyle flops bottom pair. Check, bet, fold.
Kyle's picked up some momentum.
When we finish this level, not on like a 5-minute bathroom break.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like a quick bathroom break being negotiated.
Well, let's hope you don't, but...
Hey, I'm okay if I don't. Like I said, I thought I was going out before D.
So you're playing on borrowed time.
I know. 1,000%.
I wonder if that 4-bet was light then. 30 minutes, huh? Then we'll find out. That one I want to know.
I would say the speed of the 4-bet makes it lean heavily away from light.
Yeah, especially when someone puts in half your stack and you put in the rest. I don't expect that to ever just... Like, there are some psychopaths out there, but Kyle doesn't strike me as that.
Yeah.
Raise to 35.
King 8 suited. Raise from Kyle. Philip also with a suited king. Trip 5s for Philip. Very quick check, check. Turn is a queen. Philip going to try to eke some kind of value out of his trips and is going to get 25K more at least. River is a 7.
75.
Half pot, and Kyle just snaps it off with king high and going to see the bad news.
Just king high. Eesh.
Dude,
I got to be careful not bluffing at this table. Jeez.
I'm telling you, my read was wrong. I'm totally comfortable with my read.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I feel like you almost invested that 75 just to show me you're willing to call light. Because you turned it over, too.
Hell yeah.
Sometimes you got to let them know.
We have noted. I mean, I was very happy for the just call, but...
Raise to 30.
10-7 for Philip as he's now regained somewhat of a chip lead, still relatively close here. And
That's
flopped straight for Kyle.
Going to be a lot of action.
Philip with a pair and an open ender, and this...
It's definitely a board where I would check raise a lot. You're just going to have a lot of hands that want to put more money in the pot. And also, Philip should have a lot of hands that check back turn.
Going to check raise turn.
Yeah, we've seen him go with these
Raise
turn
to
check raises.
175.
These turn raises before, like when he had the 10 high flush.
Just a touch over a min click as well. And quick call from Philip. River is a 6, and they have a chop.
I rivered the straight. Why'd you do that? All right. How much? Let me just... I'm not slow rolling, obviously, but nit rolling. How much is it? Because I don't have the nut.
Here, I would imagine that Kyle thinks that the guy that Philip has a 5, and he's
So I just want to see where
about to
we're
win
at.
the tournament.
I'm probably going to have to call, obviously.
Very unfortunate river card for Kyle, but
You got fucking
hey,
Jack 10 over
if
there,
you
don't
love
you?
this heads-up match,
That'd
we're
be
going to
so
keep
sick.
rolling.
How much is it?
488.
488. have to call.
And a call.
Chop, chop. Wow.
Fuck, I flopped that.
Wow.
Thank you, dealer, on that 6 on the river.
I didn't feel like you were bluffing. That was the problem. But it's so hard to have Jack 10 there.
Yeah, a couple comments about the speed of the call. Nothing wrong at this juncture in the tournament to
It's good for the stream. It's good for the
figure
stream.
out exactly
Well, actually, it was like,
where you're going to stand after you make the call.
Oh, I guess they know.
Potentially going to
There's a world
determine
where I
the winner
fold
of the
that.
tournament. So
it'd have to be
Philip
bigger-
just
bigger
methodical
money,
about that
I
one.
think.
No, I would try to make the correct decision regardless of the stakes.
30.
7 raised 30. $120 now.
Yeah, I didn't like that one really that much. I was
Raised to 30K by Kyle. Deuce
Showed
4
the ace in
suited.
case you didn't see it.
I didn't.
Philip with
I
the
didn't
ace
think you
3
did.
bets and takes down the pot.
Raised to 30.
90.
7 raised to 90. Could you rescan your cards?
Oh, they're that good? All right, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out.
Okay, I'll scan them on
3
Because we
bet
wanna
from
show 'em that's how
Kyle,
good they are.
and hopefully we get to see what he had here in a moment. Queen Jack. Philip letting the King 7 go. Onward. Quick reminder, these players playing heads up for $14,200 first prize. Basically a $5,000 heads up match.
Raised to 48.
Trip 9s for Kyle. Gut shot for Philip. King on the turn after check, check.
35.
135.
Raised to 135.
Bet from Philip. Quick raise from Kyle to 135. Just lets it go.
Yep.
And
Kyle,
stacks are even to the 1K chip. And as the players had discussed a moment ago, they're going to take a break. Dead even in chips.
Okay, then we'll just go fast.
Like, literally.
And we'll take a quick break along with them. Bones and I will be back. I'm Kyle Frisbee. From here in Austin, Texas at TCH Social. Thanks to all of you. We'll be back and likely crowning a winner here in just a few minutes.
What's she doing? I heard she was passing chips back and forth. She's not knocking nobody out.
Most poker players are trying to make money at poker the hardest way possible. They buy in, sit down, and try to beat the table. But there's another way to make money around poker. Learn to deal. True Poker Dealer is helping players learn this skill, and Texas Card House is supporting this initiative because there's a real need for more dealers, especially with the WSOP circuit event coming in September. If you already love poker, dealing puts you in the middle of the action. You see every hand, every player, every decision, and you start to understand the game from the other side of the table. Poker doesn't have to be something you only spend money on. It can be a skill that pays you back. You know the game, now run it. The next class starts July 20th and spots are limited. Sign up now.
So deflated. She's right. Look, that's how you know I'm a good one. It's like, if you're right, I will absolutely be the first to admit it. You're right. If you're wrong, I'm going to tell
Heads
you
up.
this. I won't tell you you're wrong, but I will
Thanks.
listen to you. I will let you
Kyle,
talk to
the guy
yourself
who was
while
in
you're
seat
talking.
5 when I came to your
And then
table.
you'll figure it out, but I will never tell you you're
Thanks.
wrong. I will never tell you you're not valid. But I will admit to when I am wrong. It's crazy. It's actually a dream scenario. I know.
Less than 90 seconds.
Why? It's okay.
Were you here for that straight for straight hand?
I got the update. Yeah. All right. Where we
I'm
at?
very happy with myself for taking that long to call.
15-15.
10, 15. All right.
Yeah, let's go to a blue only game.
I know, right? We don't need the
We are going to be at this point, right?
Yeah.
Blue
Yeah.
only.
Blue only game. Three makes it 40. Seven makes the call. To a flop we go. Heads up. Seven checks.
Looks like we're back here in action.
Three makes it 30. And seven folds.
We were dead even in chips before that hand. So, very close competitive match.
Huh?
Kind of
I'll drink an
swung
NA
back
beer
and
with you.
forth,
I
so
don't drink.
pretty cool to see a couple of guys
whatever we
that
can
I had
do.
played a lot with yesterday battling it out heads up.
But I appreciate it. Yeah, happy to drink NA one.
I gotta try
Seems like both they stopped folding their button and have been limping it. Definitely when it is 10-15, there shouldn't be any button folds, but they both seem to be content to limp their bad hands.
Not quite high enough in the range.
And three folded. That's in.
Whatever any beer you'd like.
May I have NA beer, please? I'll take the. Which ones do you have? Ford is right.
40,000. Three makes it 40.
Are you a non-alcoholic beer drinker?
I am.
Are you really?
Yeah. What about you?
No.
Oh, best
No.
day, please.
Do you still feel like the bloated stomach that you feel with regular beer?
Not as bad,
Okay.
but the one thing that's
I think he wants a real one. I'll have a fake one.
funny about it though is I'll find myself drinking it at approximately the same pace as I would a regular beer.
Really?
And why am I doing this?
Yeah.
Just, gotten better at just having one or two, There's definitely no point in having five.
Seven calls.
Yeah. I
Reason to check on the
don't know. I don't like the taste of beer enough to drink the non-alcoholic version.
That's a excellent point.
Yeah, I feel like there's just a million other things that taste better.
Yeah. Yeah, usually if I have one, I'll do it to kind of, join the happy
Yeah.
hour or whatever. But
I get that.
But then
Seven
when
makes
I
35,000.
wake up mentally, I'll usually just go with a sparkling water and a lime.
Yeah.
Much more enjoyable.
Philip
Pair of
check-
fives.
Yeah, Philip checked back pre-flop. with
Now
the
two
ace
pair.
five.
Free check.
Kyle has a hand that
Seven makes
I would
65.
probably bluff here almost every time.
Got a call from the three.
Philip definitely taking the passive route there on pre-flop and river.
Just the runner was good enough for me. Also, I was down to check it down.
I couldn't check it down for the night.
Yeah.
I just tested your
Nice.
temperature.
Because I saw it broke early. I was like, what happened? I was literally trying to like show up late and play an extended.
Was that 9-3 off or suited?
Oh, wow.
Okay. Ooh, you made it 45 with 9-3 off. All right. We have left
Did he raise
Texas
pre-flop?
land.
Maybe he did raise pre-flop. I thought it was a limp pot. I could be wrong.
Yeah. Well, we believe you.
Yeah.
50 on top.
3 made the call and 7 made it 65,000.
Thank you.
Ace-8 of diamonds raises
No,
and takes
you
it for
know
Kyle.
something? Yes.
Cheers.
You know what it was?
Why don't we leave it open? Whoever wins
In the
buys.
beginning, it was more of an employee game to a sense of like, hey, you know,
Thank you.
we're gonna play.
The winner can
But now I
peel
feel
off
like
$15 of his winnings to cover the
10,000
booze.
was small. Not a bad way.
Always nice
It's
to
definitely different now.
be able to get the beer as
So, yeah,
a
it's
consolation
not-
prize.
That's not the game for let's buy.
I love that he's just like on the phone, just like it's like an Uber driver, just like having a conversation.
Getting to the point in this match where they've been heads up for so long, it's probably starting to become more about winning the marathon than the $5,000 in some ways.
Yeah, you also want to win the Rice Krispie looking trophy. I'm so confused. It looks like there's seashell, like a seashell is carved out of it.
Well, it's
I miscounted.
natural
You're
Texas
lucky.
limestone full of fossils.
My math was wrong.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I don't
Used
get
to be underwater here.
Yeah, I don't get the seashell. But I've been in Texas for a while. I haven't seen one. But hey, it's a great looking trophy. It's shaped like Texas.
Tell you what, I would love a piece of hardware for the man. Do you have poker trophies
I have
strewn about?
I have never won a poker tournament, so I have 0.
That's
poker
our first
trophies.
check.
No way. Is this a fact?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Fact.
That's the most surprising thing said on the
Say
stream
again?
so far.
Really?
No,
I'm not counting. So when TCH first opened, it was in like a shack.
You lost the minimum or
in South
saved
Austin.
the most, however you want to look at it.
And they used to run these $500 tournaments. They got like 3 tables once a month. I won 3 of them in a
Win
row.
those sometimes.
I don't really count them. They don't like go on your hand and mob. It was just,
Yeah.
27 people play. And then I have not won anything since then. And nothing. I have 0 first on my hand and mob.
Unfortunately, so do I.
Yeah.
I have some
Makes
wins
it 47
like you
folds.
described, but
Yeah.
I think my Hinden Mob only has like 2 or 3 seconds.
I've played a lot of tournaments. A lot. Like, I want to say my first cash on my hand and mob was in like 2007.
Yeah, I make 2K.
I played a lot of tournaments. Never won one. I think I won the Lodge free roll once, but again, like, it's not on the hidden mob.
I'm
it's a
almost
free roll.
certain is that has to be a
It's like a $200 minimum or something like that.
yeah, but I think I played that tournament that you won.
55.
I want to say you were at my table for a time and you had a gigantic stack
Oh, yeah.
early.
I'll be close to correct pretty
And
soon.
then later, maybe social media, maybe somebody else, and found out that you won.
Yeah, well, it wasn't
really
social
strong
media
or
because
really
they took a
weak?
winner's photo and then never posted
right
it
in
anywhere.
between.
And like I asked the guy for a copy. He's like,
So
"Oh
I
yeah,
might
you'll
be
see
able
it."
to
And then I never got
Check.
it. So someone out there owes me a winner's photo from a free roll.
7 makes 75,000.
Of course, we're calling it a free roll, but first place was probably what,
my judgment still
7,500
stands.
ish.
Yeah, something like that.
Pretty nice.
Yeah, and I feel bad because like I got heads up with a guy that I was friends with, and he's like, "Hey, you want to chop it?" I was like, "No, sorry. Like I've never won anything. Like I want to play it out and win." And I won, and there's like no record of it. There's no picture. There's nothing. Just me bragging about winning a free roll.
You just ruined a friendship.
Yeah,
for no,
yeah.
For no
He
street
hasn't
credit.
spoken. Yeah, he hasn't spoken to me
See what
since.
you do.
But yeah,
checked the
I think that tournament I probably had like 3x the next stack
75 on the call.
after like the first break. Hasn't ever happened.
Yeah.
I need to chop that
Yep.
pot up.
Yep, that's a chop.
Man, couldn't scare you off that one at all.
No.
I've been very lucky at a few
I
other
was right.
tournaments
You
outside
were really,
poker,
really
so-
high or really low in your range. 9-3 is pretty
Don't
low.
lie, you weren't really.
And when-
low.
and when I-
You were actually flopped pretty good.
Well, when I get second pair and you're either really high or really low, I'm going to play.
Ron, let me have my moment, man. We can't all be hockey stars.
I think whoever's in the booth right now will agree I probably did that correctly.
I'm pretty sure we're entertaining somebody.
See Augie in chat as well.
That's
Augie, a recent winner on stream here at TCH.
No, don't do that.
No serious. 40,000. 3 makes it 40. All right, call out of the 7.
6-3 suited versus King Trey. Raised pot and top pair
7
for
checks.
Kyle. Checks to
3 makes
Philip,
30.
who will bet 30,000.
7 calls. 7 checks in the dark. Actions with a 3.
Turns a 5.
And
Philip.
this is a pretty good hand for Philip to just keep blasting with. Both turn and river.
85,000 from the 3. Call from the 7.
Let's see if Philip decides to just blast off here. That's probably just going to make
7
him check.
checks. 3 checks.
Although he
shot,
doesn't have,
King
he
try.
doesn't show down for very much there. It's not like he can have, the only deuce that he's going to have there is like a deuce next to clubs, which is going to get there. So I'm not saying that he should have bluffed, but it's easy to get caught in those spots where you make a pair in the river and think that you have showdown value when the previous streets kind of prevent you from having showdown value. Like, I guess you could have had a 4 there, or like pocket 4s or pocket 5s, but I think that's one kind of blind spot that I'm not saying that Philip has it, and I'm not saying it's correct to bluff there, or that he should have, or I think he should have, but it's a blind spot for a lot of people when they river a pair, and they think that it's showdown value, and it's just not.
Makes it 35,000.
We're back to almost even. Kyle raising the 10-7 off from the button. Philip wakes up with an ace.
3 makes it 125.
And we'll 3-bet. 125,000.
Nice. Choosing this offsuit ace, it doesn't play terribly well out of position using the blocker, but neither of these guys are really folding to 3-bets. Both of them seem to be peeling pretty liberally.
Top pair for Kyle. Middle pair on this monotone flop. Kyle with the 10 of spades, the only spade present between either player's hole cards.
Both these guys have a lot of flushes. You know, your 3-bet range generally has a lot of suited hands. Defending 3-bet range generally also has a lot of suited hands. And they both tend to be of a higher variety.
Makes it 90. Yeah, it's going to be Sunday night for the 8 o'clock hand. 225.
Let's see if Kyle, pretty consistently he's gone with these raises when he has pair plus flush draw.
Call from the 3.
Quick call from Philip, and big pot brewing. Philip with a sub-1 SPR. Or excuse me, both players.
There's a lot of
very shallow, yeah.
Here.
And there's the spade. Check mark for Kyle.
Let's see if he goes check here. That's a pretty good hand to check. Nice. And now we'll see if Philip wants to bluff.
3
Take
makes
this
it 100.
small.
7 goes all in.
Bets 100K and a rip from Kyle.
I don't think that river mattered terribly much unless it's a 4, I guess. Or an 8.
A big pot.
Yeah. Any other card in the deck,
Nice hand.
you know, Philip's got a very easy fold.
Philip lets it go. Kyle up over 1.2, and we've been in this spot several times. Both players holding the chip lead, so.
Yeah, that's without seeing the river, that 4 no spade, again, that's going to be, it's hard to find intuitive bluffs on those boards where the flush runs out. So you're going to have to find some hands to bluff with, and you know that's kind of one hand where you can bluff once you get there. If you think that he has some straights or 2 pairs or just top pair, no spade, that he'll fold there.
Ace king for Philip. He'll raise to 40,000. Kyle makes the call with Jack 4 suited and flops bottom pair.
go with the big size here. Good fold there by Philip.
That'll be a controversial fold.
What's that?
So that will be a controversial fold.
Fair.
I know, and I folded
I
ace
think it's
king.
okay.
Well,
Like,
it's only a drawing hand.
there's obviously some leads here. There's a whole bunch of straight draws and gut shots and stuff. But that is a really big bet, and if you don't think that Kyle is capable of those really big bets, and even then, like, if he just wants to double barrel, like, I don't know that calling down with ace king high is going to be a profitable spot. Like, you bet 75 into 90. That's what, 5 bigs? Yeah. I think it's a good fold. You know, props to him for not getting too attached to that spot. I think, you know, there's a lot of other boards where you want to call down, but a board that dynamic where, like, any of those middle cards hitting, you're just not going to know where you're at. You're just going to have to fold a lot.
If you ship, I call.
I can't.
Quick raise and fold with the king queen for Philip. Raise and take it, I should say.
You talking to me?
No, he's on the phone.
Keep forgetting.
They're both going with pretty big opens.
Ace 5 for Philip. Makes it 40,000. We are at the 10K, 15K blind level. Call from Kyle. He flops top pair.
See if he goes for the check raise here or check call. I think both are viable. He
Just
stops
rips it in.
Yeah.
Philip reluctantly folds the ace high. Kyle up over 1.3 million. I don't believe we've had a player over 1.4.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest stack for sure. And both of these guys, I think, have played very well this stream.
Yeah, it's been quite the heads-up match. Philip down to 21 bigs.
Suited king.
And, you know, I'll be honest, going into the heads-up match, I thought that Philip's aggression and chip lead would kind of carry the way, but Kyle has responded with an equal amount of aggression, and you know, he's really battled. He lost that massive flip, and he's just kind of chipping away. He's definitely had some good hands and had some spots where he could take advantage of Philip's aggressiveness, but yeah, props to both of them.
2 5s for Philip, sitting on the aforementioned 21 bigs. He will raise. And a rip and a snap call. 2 overs versus a pair of 5s. Queen Jack for Kyle. Philip will
No, I opened my cards to see your reaction.
not bring it quite even with the double if he can make it,
I put
but
this out here already.
definitely is back to a fair fight. Open ender now for Philip.
Spades.
4 spades. That'd be fair.
Has to fade a queen or a jack only. Or running spades. 3 on the turn. 6 outs for Kyle. Does not come, and Philip gets the double.
If you want to verify.
And that's the second flip Kyle has lost with the
Verified, huh?
championship on the line.
Yep.
Weathered it well last time, as you said, Bones, but
323.
may start to wonder how many times can I have this guy on the ropes and not win a 50-50 flip.
I mean, a huge part of heads up is maintaining your composure, because there's just so much variance in heads up, and you know, it can be very frustrating. But if you maintain your composure and your opponent isn't, you're gonna have a pretty big edge. But both these guys, they seem not terribly deterred by the ups and downs of the match.
Six three for Kyle. He will limp. 2 6s for Philip. He'll raise. Quick fold
Add a
by
pair
Kyle.
again. Better than 5s.
So they're about 43 bigs effective. 44.
10 more. Ah, I guess I'm supposed to limp since it is 10-15.
Yeah, Philip notices that.
We'll get through it eventually.
I mean, it's 40-minute levels and we're pretty deep, so.
No, I know. I mean, it's a big jump too.
Race is 35,000 by Kyle. Philip waking up with a real hand. King Queen suited. 3-bet comes in.
3 makes it 140.
Call.
7 calls 140. 500,000.
Very light defend here by Kyle.
I was just about to say, as you said, they're not folding to a lot of 3-bets at this heads-up match. There's a 5 in the window for Kyle.
And the backdoor clubs.
All in.
Oh, and Philip rips it.
I think I'm
Pretty quick fold from Kyle, and the aggression pays off there for Philip and brings the match basically
Thought
dead
you might
even.
Get, a little curious.
Yet again.
I had a pair, but
he
Thought you might
might
get a
have had to
little
take my money on that one with the backdoor clubs.
I thought you might thought you might be curious enough.
I don't look at a hand and
I
not
think
see
I
the
would have
possibility that it can
thought
turn
through
into-
that and
The
ruled
biggest
out
possibility there was that I was about to have a 2-to-1 chip lead.
jacks through aces.
I know you don't.
Wait, what am I?
2 9s now for Philip. Races to 40,000. Fold from Kyle.
You know, sometimes you just find a comfortable chair and
Why don't you
just
make
need
it 90
to,
this
to
time?
chill out for a little bit.
Because I knew you had pocket nines.
Well,
You know?
then I would like
I mean,
table
you know,
change,
you're tired of
please.
sitting in the chairs at the table. They're very.
Find one
I
with
will
a
say there's
comfy
very.
back on.
They have very comfortable chairs here at TCH. Maybe not as comfortable as that one on stage, but the chairs at the table are very comfortable. So.
Discretionary, Jonathan?
Can we get rid of yellows and just color up, or I think we're both fine with just not even racing off. Just
60.
7 makes it 6.
Looks like we're going to be
don't
coloring
even
up
add
the
up to
yellow
have
1Ks.
pocket nines.
Kyle raises Jack 10 and takes down the pot.
I didn't care if they color.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, who cares about the extra 1 or 2K? I'll just take. I got 6 right here. I'll just take 1 blue.
Brendan says that he considered playing this tournament. It seemed very fun. What do you think? Brendan is just being a troll right now. Brendan and I had an extensive conversation with each other before the tournament started. I told him that he was making a mistake by not playing. He cried about it being a 2-day tournament, said something about a job, and did not play it, did not have fun, did not get to come hang out with his friends at the table. So I hope it was worth it, Brendan.
Just give it to him.
God dang it. I'm so sorry. They're very slippery. I know. I've been having that problem all night.
We're going to take a moment and get
Spoiler,
the
don't
1Ks off the table here. Jonathan, one of our assistant tournament directors, assisting in the process.
Jesus.
And we play on
90 new
still
text messages.
basically dead even. By
Did I win
now,
the
if
race
you're
off?
watching, you should know
Or
what
did I
we're
lose?
playing for, but we're playing heads up for about $5,000, just a tad under. Winner will take home 14-2 and the Limestone Texas Trophy in Seat 5. Kyle Frisbee and Bones here with you this afternoon. Queen 4 suited for Kyle. He'll raise and take it. Yeah, Kyle, a fun player to play with. He was at a recent weekly tournament final table with me. We related over the fact that we have awesome first names.
9 deuce.
How often do you run into another Kyle?
Fairly often, but I wouldn't say
Lucky you're in
egregiously
position.
so.
Yeah. I honestly
By the way, you can give walks in this game.
think
I
I
know
have
you don't,
met
but
under 2 Caseys in my life.
I think it's the perfect temperature.
Yeah. I can honestly, off the top of my head, I cannot think of another male Casey that I've met.
There was no more legs.
I definitely have, but I can't say that I can name one.
55.
There was a baseball player, Casey Candell, way back in the day for the Astros, I believe.
You're just
I was
riding
about
my
to say
run bad for a
a
minute.
golfer, but it's his last
I think
name,
that
Paul
one's
Casey.
completely. I think that was
There
garbage
was a
right there.
Casey Castle. He was the first guy to ride the cart on the Pro Tour because he had like a degenerative
Oh,
leg
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
I think it was Casey Castle. That might be a poker
Exploiting my,
player.
That
my
sounds
negative
right.
streak right now.
Casey, that it was Casey something.
Yeah, it was
the
Casey
the
something.
disabled golfer.
Casey Castle might have been a poker player. Let me see.
Hey, Shaq for Kyle. He'll raise and take down the pot.
Sorry?
Scan your hand.
Yep. Man, I
Crusher and Chad asks, how many other bones have you met?
Okay, so this is actually funny.
It's-
I was at a music festival in Miami, and my group was like next to another group, and there was a guy there, and started talking to him. His nickname is Bones. He's bald. He's from Pennsylvania, and
Wow.
was wearing a tank top. I could not believe it.
That's amazing.
Nice guy, yeah. I actually have a picture of that somewhere. Yeah, that was very interesting. Other than that, I think I met a girl once who said that her grandmother called her Bones, but not too many Boneses out there. There's a Bones here that goes by Bones on the list. I think he just plays like 1-2 Hold'em or whatever. But every time they call
really?
Bones, I look around and yeah.
I've probably seen it and just assumed it was you, unless
Yeah.
it was on the 1-2 list, which I probably would have.
I tried to get him banned, but they wouldn't do it. So
How did the nickname Bones originate? As we have Jack 4 versus Deuce Tray on an ace high board.
I got the nickname from a few friends in high school, and then from a girlfriend later. And then when I signed up to play poker, it says nickname. I never had a nickname except for Bones, which was very briefly a nickname. And then I just used it for 2+2, and just people from poker kind of knew me as Bones. And then when I moved to Austin,
See, I was just kidding.
the only person I knew me from online poker. And when he would introduce me to people, he would introduce me as Bones. And
there you go.
Kind of stuck around. Here, this is the other Bones.
So for the listeners, he's showing me a photo of a guy who looks very,
Why
very
55?
similar.
You trying to end it early?
That's amazing.
Wearing the same,
Yeah,
literally
I mean,
the same outfit.
It looks like y'all planned it, for sure. Yeah, that's
All right. Well, anytime you want to walk away.
story definitely checks out.
He's from Philly though, so that's not really Pennsylvania. It's basically Jersey. Really big shove there, the King 10.
We're exactly the same chips right now, just so you know. You just want to flip for it? I mean, I'm not offering. I'm just saying, do you just want to flip for
I
it?
didn't want to chop this, but 12 each is not bad. But
I would say the King.
Kyle should say we
I'd
have
be
flipped
willing
for
Yeah,
it.
to
twice.
drop
Twice.
the money
Yeah.
and play for the trophy.
You were
Since we
saying?
have, huh?
a what?
Why don't we chop the money, and then the winner gets the trophy and a $1,700 seat? Yeah? We're even money right now anyways.
All right, so we very quickly struck a deal. We're chopping the cash, and we're going to play for the $1,700 seat.
For the 20th time today, I was wrong. They're going to chop it.
No, I love it. I mean, I'm totally fine with it.
Yeah, well, you weren't alone in
we
that
didn't start
prediction.
going all in every hand now.
I did not see that, especially
I normally have to
that was a
work on
very
the
fast
weekends, so the seat
negotiation.
For me is like,
I always hesitate to speculate on other people's thoughts or ideas, but I would imagine that Kyle has won the respect of Philip in this heads-up match, where he probably thought that he was going to have an experience edge, and also he had a lot of chips. So, you know, I don't want to read too much into it, but I would imagine that Kyle's won Philip's respect in this match and has made him a bit more willing to take a deal.
Yeah, both players have played well. It's
Now
been a
you
lot
want
of
to show
fun to
him my
watch,
winning hand.
and possibly the longest heads-up match that I've commentated. Of course, being a high roller, it is deeper, but
I guess we're just playing for the trophy.
That's fine. We're just playing for the trophy then.
That's fine.
To be honest, we didn't even know there was a seat when we said it. It was just offered to us. You want another beer? I'm going to get another fake one.
I'm okay right now.
You get I mean, if you drink it fast enough, you drink a couple of them, you get a little, I think it's more placebo, but still nice.
I don't
You
know.
can still
he's
flavor.
having
Yeah, yeah.
athletic,
And they've
which
gotten
I
really
think
good with
technically
the
does
fake
have half a
beers.
percent
They are
in it.
quite
So
good now.
what he's saying isn't maybe completely false.
There's some amount of
terms
money
of-
that you
Can
could
we call
pay
for
me
service?
to drink non-alcoholic beer fast enough to be drunk, but I don't know what that number is. It's a lot. You ever see the thing where you can't drink a gallon of milk in
timing's
an hour?
I have heard this. Yeah.
That's how I would feel trying to drink enough non-alcoholic
I was
beer to
following
get
the
drunk.
book.
Yeah, they chopped
Computer.
and they're playing for the trophy.
That specific hand was I believe.
I
was a
actually
raised
talked
fold.
my way in at a 4th of July
Pretty high
party.
frequency.
We were talking about the hot dog eating contest, and I said, how long do they have?
Oh,
10 minutes. So I bet I could do 7. And my buddy says, how much to do it?
Yeah.
And I didn't think about it long enough. And I said, $200. He said, done. I'll put in the Walmart order right now.
Yeah.
I was able to eat 7. But I set
Did
the
you-
line perfect.
Really?
8 would have been nearly impossible.
Did you keep the 7 down?
I did.
Nice.
But it was, yeah.
Do you know about the competitive eater in our midst?
I did not.
Damon, the dealer here?
Yeah.
Former competitive eater.
Whoa.
He
Would
has-
not have guessed that one.
He has pictures of himself with like Kobayashi and
Oh,
He-
wow.
yeah,
He was
like-
serious.
like on Facebook he has a bunch of stuff about like I want to say he was like in the hot dog eating contest.
I am definitely going to be bringing that up to him.
thank you.
Damon, the tatted one.
Heads up, ace high is basically a pair.
I actually have a deal with Damon. I played a tournament
No.
with Reckless Ron, who was in the comment section, and
I'm familiar
he
with
dealt
the game,
Ron 3 consecutive
but
sets.
like I said, heads up
And
is
like
my
one of
absolute
them,
favorite
like
game.
he had a set of aces that got cracked or whatever, and Ron was complaining, as Ron tends to do.
Ruling?
And I made a deal with Damon that if he ever deals me 3 consecutive sets, I will pay for him to get a tattoo. He can do whatever he wants, reasonable.
Yeah,
Don't hit me for like
I have a
2K or
feeling we'll
whatever.
get to a
But
place
if
where
you ever deal me
dollars are
3
full.
consecutive sets, tattoo of your choice.
Yeah. Not bad.
Believe it or not,
a
I
nice
have
little
not been dealt
constellation
with
after
3
that.
consecutive sets.
I was going to say that's a tough one, but you never
Man, I have
know.
one more
We
of
had a
these,
cash stream earlier this year where a player made back-to-back quads.
Really?
Um,
I think was that Donovan?
It was Mosquito Josh.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
was at that
Split it
stream.
now.
Yeah.
That makes sense. He definitely ran like the sun.
Jack 7 versus King 7. And Philip was closing in on a 2-1 chip lead. Checks through quickly, neither player with a pair.
King high.
King high got to be good at showdown for Philip.
Where's our 7-7 flop so we can give him what he wants?
Right?
Yeah, the one key learning from the hot dog eating contest, however, just how important the water is.
Oh yeah.
It's absolutely crucial. And
My 2 cards didn't even add up to 1.
I've been on the Dalton side of a few food eating bets. There's a pack of Oreos in some amount of time. I forget, but it wasn't even close. Couldn't do
About
it.
5, 6, 7, 8,
the
9.
milk thing,
Yeah.
I got one pretty good on that one. It was someone,
this.
I'll be honest, it was someone I really didn't like.
Yeah, no.
And it was at a home game like 15 years ago maybe. And I just really, really didn't like this person. And he was talking shit. And
I was lucky enough to play
someone brought it
event
up.
number
I was
240
like, I went and got the
year.
milk. I brought the milk.
got to play it
I
out
gave
and I
him the milk. As he was puking in the bathroom, I stood and I watched him, and I just God, I loved it.
What did you have to pay if he could do it, which
he
you knew was impossible?
He could have taken my car. Like, like your enzymes can't process.
Yeah.
But I think it was probably like I even gave him a free roll because I really wanted to see him suffer. I think it was probably like $500.
Wow.
But I didn't even bother. Like, take a free roll. You're not going to do it. It was very very satisfying to see. Two pair here for Philip. He's going to overbet.
Haven't seen a ton of overbets.
Yeah, this is kind of a nice spot where you want to get called by that ace-x.
You had a 6 and you missed your open ender.
Call from Kyle, and gonna see the bad news. Philip now
What do you got?
up over 1.2 million.
Yeah, that's. I would imagine that a lot of the pressure is off right now. Now that they've agreed that they're really only playing for the trophy.
I will say, in some way, you had mercy by making it the milk challenge, which of course is impossible. If you made it the gallon of water challenge, that could be deadly.
Oh, is it?
I think we've been playing heads up almost as
I
long
think it
as
needs to be
you're
more
playing
than a gallon.
Probably.
Six-handed,
Yeah.
five-handed.
I gave
6 heads up, 2.5 hours.
Westlake Matt, you know those like the one chip challenge?
Yeah.
We did that. Geez, that was probably 10 years ago. I bought the chip off of Amazon, and
You might have a
he
little
did it.
too much.
He did it. I paid him out, and he was pretty miserable afterwards. We did it like in the middle of a game. I have a video of it somewhere.
I had a drip of the Da Bomb Beyond Insanity.
Yeah, you have
if you
just a
watch
little
Hot
too
Ones,
much.
it's always the hottest sauce. It's like the
Yeah.
third of the last one. And it truly was unbelievable.
He
We got
shows
an
the
all
Jack
in,
3.
Jack 3,
And a fold.
and a fold.
Well, it worked. I'm sure you didn't want to call.
No, it's Jack 3 suited.
I still have those chips. I have like they come in packets of
Anything can
one.
happen.
I have one of those
That is
packets
true.
somewhere. I don't know if this lost its potency.
Looks
But
like I will likely have a slightly better. Well, I don't know if I'll ever get a better spot than Queen Jack versus Jack 3.
Zaddy
but
says
I mean,
the Popeyes.
I'll like my
Oh,
spot
I think
better
it's
before I see your
Popeyes
cards.
Biscuits Challenge where you can't drink water. How many biscuits can you eat
Oh.
with a dry mouth?
I'm good on that.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, that's
It also seems like a choking risk.
Yeah. Looks like we're ripping now. 30 with Jack 8.
It's
Philip
4,
9-8 suited, mulling it
20,
over.
roughly, right?
Julia judging in the background.
Sorry. 460. 455. That's 20 bigs.
It's 30.
So it's such a close spot. Such a close
I
spot.
think you missed 2 opportunities to take it down.
Yeah.
Guys, we're up 10, 20, 20.
Finally, blinds are up. Jeez, finally.
10, 20K.
Wait, I think that's a fold there, right?
All right, Julie, I think it's going to end on your shift.
As the other Kyle said, blinds are up. Julia rejoining.
He's trying to end it in the next 3 hands.
I'm okay with that.
He just shoved Jack 3. He says worse than Jack
I don't
3.
even have a place on my mantle for that, so whatever.
I do. I have in my office. I have my Michelin stars and I have my poker trophies, and I want more of both.
I almost just want to give it
Keep
to
bragging.
And I wouldn't be able to display it if you gave it to me.
you. All right, I won't. I'll play hard.
Do you think
I mean,
if
you know,
you
you
tried
give
to
it to
get
me
a
like losing
Michelin
the
star
tournament,
for
but
as
you
long
can't,
as you've been
like,
trying to win a
give
poker
it to me
tournament,
and
you'd have a
humiliate me,
Michelin
yeah.
star?
Still give it to you.
No,
All right,
no, I
buddy.
can't take it that way.
Maybe, maybe. I make eggs and salmon, and that's about it.
Yeah, well,
but I also just never win anything. So
I'm very good at a limited
than I
menu
want
as well, but
the money.
no, definitely. I like a good cooking show, so I respect the Michelin star for sure.
12 and 9.
14.
Or 14. Was it 14?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's less than 3K, so it's who cares? I mean, it's.
I mean, after we have to pay taxes. Yeah.
It's a 5K swing is the main thing. So the 5K swing when we're 50-50, it makes more sense economically.
Queen 5 versus 10-5. Queen tray 6. Quick checks. Kyle has checked a lot of top pairs tonight.
There's a mechanic heads up where you can check the worst of the top pairs that you open. So on a king high board, you always want to have a little bit of something in all of your ranges. So if you want to check back a top pair, the one that benefits the most is the one that has the worst kicker. You can do that in full ring, and you can do that in heads up as well. I try to keep that in mind when I want to be balanced against someone, and I want to have some checkbacks with top pair, especially if they are aggressive
Oh, we're 20 now, right?
the turn with leads. So a lot of times I'll check back my top pair no kicker.
9-10 for Philip. He'll raise to 50K. Call from Kyle with ace 5 and king jack jack. Cut shot for Philip.
You were gonna bet, right?
I was doing the math because we just went up. It was going to be 40.
Philip reaches for chips and takes down the pot.
Yep. Julie in the box.
Yeah, I do want to call out she and Michael doing a great job dealing tonight. They, of course, have to call all the action back to the production booth to put in the bet sizes. So doing extra work on top of their typical dealing duties. So great job by both of them. Race to 50,000 with ace 9 by Kyle. 6-4 makes the call.
75.
It's pretty big here on the C-bet. Philip defends.
And banks the straight. I believe the
I tried
graphic.
You're good.
Yep, we got all in a call, and that's going to be it. Kyle drawing dead.
No.
Just the ace high.
Good game. Good game.
Yep.
GG.
So
That was freaking groovy,
Chef
man.
Philip
Yeah, great
Lee
to
is
play
going to
with
be
you
our champion of this 1K Lone Star High Roller event.
Picture with his trophy.
He'll take home the Lone Star
Seven lead changes on that one?
Yeah,
Limestone
that was
trophy with the fossils.
a
Yep.
good one. That was probably one
Congrats
of
to
the
both on a
better
very well played
heads-up
tournament.
matches.
It was. And I haven't played heads up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely a
you
hard
played
fought heads up.
really well.
I think everybody exhaled a little bit after they
This is the
decided to
game
chop
that
the
I
remaining
study more than
funds,
anything.
play for the.
Yeah, I
trophy.
played the last two. Remember the
Do want to
NBC
remind
heads-up
everybody we
championships?
have a
So I played
special
them.
event this Sunday. We're going to be
Yeah.
playing 5, 10,
I
25
played
match
it the
the
last 2
stack. So a
years,
bigger game
and,
than we've been bringing to you
I
on
cashed
Wednesday.
last
So
year,
look for that
and I
at 6 p.m.
beat some
on
really
Sunday.
big players.
I'll be there.
Bones will be there. He's in the lineup.
Hopefully people won't take advantage of all the
Yeah.
stuff I've told them about my game.
Yeah. They'll probably go watch the other cast streams maybe
Yeah.
if they find the one with the commentary. But
I think I'll be okay.
definitely want to thank you for hopping in here, having made it, I guess, couple away from being at this
he needs me
final
real fast,
table.
I
So
guess.
having your intimate knowledge of this tournament, these players, and of course all your poker experience. I know the chat enjoyed it as well as myself. So
Always happy to be
appreciate
here. Thanks for the invite.
That'll wrap things up from Austin, Texas. I'm Kyle Frisbee. He's Bones. Have a great evening, everybody.